salad.
Pasta salad.
Pasta salad. It's pasta.
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 Fiesta.
What do I look like? Some kind of fancy pants? Ooh, pasta.
Pasta.
It's pasta.
Oh,
I love that TikTok.
It's so good.
It's pasta.
It's pasta. So I only say it pasta because it makes
Oh!
me think of you, Sam.
Sampy,
Hell yeah.
thank you for the 5 gift subs right out the gate. That's it. I should switch us to spooky music because we're in a spooky time.
No.
I'm all off my kilter. I don't necessarily know what a kilter is, but I'm off it because it's a Monday. And I'm gonna be thinking about what a kilter
You're
is.
in our territory now.
Yep. Welcome to fucking cutie cult. Let's
Is kilter
go,
just like your
boys.
balance? Is it like
I
alignment?
think so.
I think
Yeah.
I
it
believe
is.
so.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
only reason I think of that is because in the behind the scenes, oh, you're gonna make fun of me real hard up for this, but behind the scenes for Nightmare Before Christmas, they were like, no, and we designed Sally, and anytime we shot any of her stuff, we wanted to give it like make sure she looked off kilter, so we would angle the camera so it was slightly slanted, and I'm like, huh.
So
That's neat.
cool.
So I know what
I love
off kilter
that.
means because of Nightmare Before Christmas.
out
I'm
of
on
harmony
board.
course you
or
do.
balance.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
So basically out of alignment.
Apparently may derive from the Dutch or the Scottish.
Interesting.
You're welcome.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Mhm.
I'm going to hit
Super
this button.
Interesting.
And this button is going to change us to spooky music.
Oh,
And I'm going to welcome everybody back to Vestige of Ophiuchus, to Nat19, to session 127.
Jeez.
We are here today, right? Jeez. At one point, we're going to keep going with these characters, but there will come a point where the numbers are going to reset. There is going to be a campaign, too.
Oh, I don't believe you.
I mean, unless we all die here.
I
I've
don't
dropped so
believe
many
you.
times I can't trust you anymore.
We
I don't
hit
trust
1.5
relieving
once.
Honokuni,
I wrote
right?
1.5 once for a while and then went back on it.
No, we did 1.5 for the Suicide Squad stuff, right?
No, it was
Yeah.
basically the entire tournament arc. I had 1.5 written until I
Oh.
was like, no. And then I went back to
Okay.
1. I was like, what am I doing? Because I originally was gonna break things up into like arc jumps were gonna be campaigns, and then eventually I was like, I think the major arc we're in is culminating. It basically started with meeting Edrigan and Diane, and it's going to stop with maybe stopping Diane. I don't know. Maybe you'll all die. But I'm like, that's
Probably.
That's
Yeah.
campaign 1. The events that resolve the meeting of Diane and the involvement of the issues that happened in Summergrass. That's campaign 1, is what I've decided.
Alright.
Campaign 2 will be whatever. I don't know. Vogan's pilgrimage. Finally, who knows?
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Listen,
Ryan's on a pilgrimage.
listen. If he went on his pilgrimage before, he would have fucking died.
Man,
So,
I can't wait to go to the Veering Grove.
Yeah.
all right. Okay.
Hell yeah.
But anyways, welcome back to Nat19 Vestige of Ophiuchus, Campaign 1, Session 127. We are still in Honokuni, but for how long is the question. Last time,
4 more years.
the players, the characters reconnoitered. The hunted went back to Mother Tyr's abode. They looked under the floorboards and found a journal she'd been keeping that contained notes that, though helpful still, would have been more helpful previously, as they outlined many sites of interest, people, and things that would have occurred within Honokuni. They also outlined exactly how the ritual occurs and effectively the rules the hunted have to abide by, which the players had already figured out on their own through trials and tribulations, but if they had discovered them earlier, perhaps would have given them more of a guideline, which is not me being passive-aggressive and saying that you should have found that. It is just a note that you basically found the book immediately after learning the last stuff that was in it. It was...
We should have been rifling through her fucking floorboards.
like in a video game when you like miss part of a starting area, do most of the game, go back, wander into that area, and a part of the tutorial kicks in that you never did,
Yeah.
but you definitely know how to do it already.
Or alternative, it's like, well, this could have fucking helped.
Yeah.
I don't know this.
But
I'm guessing the best place or the best time to go after it would have been like instead of going through the pass, if we would have went to the
Oh.
feast, then we probably could have found it. Like or had like a chance to.
Heckin'. One sec. OBS just did the crashing thing immediately.
Oh no!
I'm gonna try something.
Heck.
Hey, at least it did it early.
That's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
I'm going to tell it.
Let's hope it's not a sign of things to come.
I'm gonna tell it to keep streaming. One sec. Yes.
It's like, you think you can do this shit on a Monday? No.
Forward button. Okay, so OBS had just crashed. We are back.
Oh my god.
We're back.
No, I mean it crashed before. I was
Hi.
telling people we
Oh,
were back
okay.
from it crashing,
Okay,
not
you
that it
thought it
crashed
happened
again.
again?
No,
Yeah.
we're back. People at home, sorry about that. There's gonna be a jump cut there. Anyways, we were talking about stuff. Let's not talk about stuff. We can talk about the stuff later. Let's talk about game. The players went to Mother Tears' abode, and they had found the journal. They pored over it for a while. They discussed it, and they decided that it was time to head to the estate. The bells rang, the path opened, they found their way there to the Utica Castle where they had their meeting with Samurai and Hirohito. They made their various wishes, not necessarily expecting they would come true, but one that was immediately made good on. One wish was the Tiberius barrel knife being given to Miriam. With no way to deny him that request at the time, Hirohito gave it, pulled the gun blade from his own belt and gave it to him. Miriam is now in possession of it, and though I went over it last time, I also noted to Aaron that Deus Yankovic, having been paired with it, has now gone into its awakened state, so his armor has also increased. And
Oh, hell yeah.
if he wants to tell people what it does later, he can tell people, but it has new features, and it can do what it did before, but better.
Whoa.
And with that said, also I should note, I don't think I accounted for it before with you, Aaron, but the Tiberius barrel knife, since it's paired with an awakened Constelled Query, also does idolic damage now, which will matter someday.
I can't believe that
It'll
your
matter.
bardic inspirations are D20s now.
That's,
My God.
well, that's not a thing. The players left, having made their wishes, being told that they would be brought to fruition once they left Honokuni. They decided, however, to head off. Sorry, moving my mic around a bit. They decided to head off and head towards Mount Vajriel to stall the ritual. Especially since within Mother Tears' journal they found out that those who had previously been allowed to leave Honokuni had never actually made it out. They had died. They were attacked in the mists by the Beast of Ezra, the creature that attacked the players whenever they first came here, that has been seen in visions since then, that they are told can pull the sea into the sky. And they don't want to fight that. That's my impression. That's the impression I get.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Seems like a good.
You could try to
take
fight
it.
it. I'm not telling you what to do. You can go fight it if you want to. Go through the mist, go ahead.
I don't want to.
The players, who have as of yet still never managed to meet Siddiqui, and that's not something I care about, but I'm going to bring it up anyways, began their trip back through the forest. And that is where they are released. The only notable thing that I should bring up is that after last session, Flux did level. He's gained his level. And we have Izzy today.
Yay! Hooray!
What?
I'm back.
Bebop boy.
I'm
You weren't
sorry.
here?
Also, Izzy, I should note,
Damn.
I threw some spells from some of the documents, including Lucia's Guide to Cassandria. I don't have an Artificer spell list, but I threw some extra spells from there that I thought fit the Artificer onto your list. So if you want to look through them, there's like 3 or 4 that I added. And if you ever want to look through my stuff, and if you want to ask if certain spells would be on the Artificer spell list, we can talk about it. I can let me know. I can't, under the OGL, I can't support the Artificer, and I'm also just not a huge fan of it, so I haven't. It's more the first thing, if I'm being real. But
Yeah.
but if you want to have a talk,
OGL,
then
sure.
we can talk about it.
Definitely. I'll have a look through them, see if any of them seem real artificery.
And with that, swing.
Twong.
We're over
Right,
here.
I know the counter phrase.
I hope
I'm
that swing means what I
immediately-
think it means.
I'm immediately so nervous.
Oh my god.
Did it? Did it?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my
You
God.
good? Oh
He's
no.
Did
broken.
it crash?
No, we're good. No, we're good.
Huh?
If I ignore it, it'll go away.
Damn.
What happened?
I'm so happy.
Well, the reactive images are not wrong per se.
Oh no. Okay,
I'm looking.
Here,
I'm
no,
just gonna go
here.
look.
No,
God.
you guys aren't allowed to look at chat. Here you go.
I'm closing
There you go. There you go.
What is?
That's fucking outstanding, Cody. I'm so proud of you.
Honokuni's really scary, huh?
I was actually freaking out there for a sec, so this is helping actually.
I'll change.
Oh my god, I don't have bingo open. I need to open bingo.
So I'm going to share the... I'm just going to... Well, I won't bring up the travel map, but... where are you?
There are no berries in Honokuni.
Shit.
Thank God.
You guys are exiting the forest. I assume that you are taking the wagon that was given to you, with the general assumption that you make it to the edge of the Akuma Kyofu, and you are free to do whatever you wish to do at that point. I know that you said before you wanted to head to Mount Vajriel. I'd like you to let me know if that is still what you'd like to do. Or?
No current major stops planned. Aaron lied about going to Bochi because he doesn't actually fuck with Zugaiken.
If I remember right, yeah, we were
The
all just
Zugaiken
on
are
the
also,
plan heading to...
they're
Hold
also,
up in the
they're at Eureka
deep
Castle
rain.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, most of them are there. Yeah, I mean, we could check on the ruins of the Gentle Nest if we wanted to on the way by.
If we did stop by Bochi as well, we could potentially try to see if anybody, like, is there who we might want to, like, ask for any aid or anything. This could be, like, the last, like actual
As a reminder,
supply run.
Most
we could
people
ever have.
fled to...
you were... Yeah.
That's true.
You were told
Yeah.
that they effectively evacuated the entire town and sent them through
Mhm.
Dead Man's Pass.
That's very true. We will not get any supplies.
Heck.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless anyone wants to check the Gentle Nest, because we know the mirrors are probably there. I don't know what we'll get other than confirmation that they're there.
And broken.
Yeah.
I was, yeah,
Mhm.
the
Oh.
Artorias and then broke them, right?
Someone did.
Or Ion, I guess. But I don't think there's any reason to go unless we. No.
It also gives us... That'd be at least an hour or two detour.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think the sooner we get up there, the better.
As real that is.
Alrighty, heading straight there. Let's go ahead and draw a line on the map. That would take you about 31 miles. By the way, on future maps, I am switching to kilometers.
Yay!
Because miles are stupid.
I don't know kilometer.
It's
Well, get
1,000
learned,
feet.
buddy.
Neither.
What kilometer? Who?
1,000 meters.
1,000 meters, sorry, yeah.
Be 1,000
What?
yards-ish. They're
Yeah.
very close.
What?
Meter who?
Our
Whose feet,
stuff,
my feet or your feet?
Amidamaru?
we use decimals. You guys use weird fucking amounts.
Yeah, it's true.
You couldn't even finish your thought.
I did, I just couldn't think of a way to say it that wasn't amounts.
Hmm.
Someone rhymed off 4 numbers and they're like that many. So, 31.3 miles. That would, you could get there in about a day, if you travel quickly. If you want to travel at normal speed, it's about a day and a half.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're on a cart. We could travel quickly if we wanted.
Yeah. Pulled by ox, so we're not exactly going super fast anyways.
Yeah.
In any case, there's no harm in doing it.
Traveling quickly?
Yeah, I mean, these guys, like... Okay, Fenris,
Yes.
we're probably leaving these there.
That's
As long as you're cool with that.
He just doesn't.
What do you,
yeah,
wait,
say
what
it.
do you mean? What do you mean? Leaving what?
I'm
What?
fine with
We're
that.
going to go to Mount Vajriel, and we are probably going to get off of this cart,
No. Mm-mm.
and there is a great deal of certainty in my heart that we will never see these hawks again.
Yes,
I do not
that's fine.
consent.
I haven't named them yet. Okay.
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Just-
I do not consent to this.
Well, then you can stay with the cart and stay in Honokuni.
I'm weighing my options.
All right. I'm not.
I'll
gonna
think about it
stop
over.
you.
I'll think about it over the day of travel. I lay back down.
Yeah, let's go, buddy. I don't know. We'll unhitch them when we get there so they can roam free and graze until zombies eat them or whatever.
Wow. I wish to pet the ox before we go.
I'm being realistic here. Like, it's kind of messed up, but I want to be emotionally honest about what we're doing to these ox.
I have no emotional tie to this ox. Why do you think I have an emotional tie to this ox?
I don't know. I bought a cow and you got really upset when I offered it to
That's
a
our
dragon.
cow, Miriam!
I mean, that one almond though, so it was important to her.
It was ours. I mean, it still is, and we take care. It's different.
Should we name these ox?
No!
Because then she'll get upset.
No.
Pet the ox.
Fenris will lean into Lexi and go, I've already named.
What did you name them, and why did you do that?
I feel like everything deserves a name. I really only thought of the name for one of them. I didn't know that we had more than one ox. It's just
What's their name?
What
It's
are
not
the
a big deal.
names?
Just wheatgrass? I don't know. I was looking at. He looks like a wheatgrass. Why is this being made a big deal?
You named it wheatgrass?
Wheatgrass. Okay.
So
That's a
This one's
stupid
wheatgrass, and this
What
one's
about the
beef.
other one?
Let's go wheatgrass and beef. Yeah.
Good beef.
So I think the answer to the question is we're going fast.
Okay,
Yes.
It was all necessary to arrive there. I understand.
I like Monday energy. This is a good time.
You all had to make it weird.
You guys spend roughly the next day in relatively silent contemplation. This is a time where you no longer have the structure of the ritual to fall back on. That sets in. Everything past this point is unknown territory. This is a period of stalling that hasn't occurred before in the ritual, as far as you're aware. Though you wish for the young lord to come visit the mountain, there has been no proper invitation that has been leveled at them, and you are all under the assumption that Hirohito will not allow that. However, sometimes waiting is all you can do. As you guys head towards the mountain, you engage in whatever pleasantries you get up to. You reach the mountain after a night's rest. I'm going to go ahead and push you guys forward by... you guys could get there in about 8 hours.
Oh, sick.
Because if you're doing one day, then it's the
8
travel
hours.
period of that day, which is 8 hours.
Cool. I wanna steal Aviana while we're traveling. I wanna have a talk.
Alright, roll pickpocket.
Sick. Wait. I'm
My
good at that.
perception's shit, so.
Alright, you, with the general understanding that you were on a wagon, likely when you're doing this, and there's not a lot of privacy to be had there,
That's fine by me. That's all good.
Alright, cool. Proceed.
It's fine by me. I don't know if it's fine by Aviana.
I don't care.
So Avi,
So Lexi.
hi. While we were all talking about our wishes and stuff like that, you said that you would tell us what your wish was later, and now it's later.
I guess that is true.
Mm-hmm.
It's really stupid.
Well, that's okay.
I guess, at least I think it's stupid.
Hmm.
And I doubt it would have come true at all anyway, but I hate the idea of the fact that I'm going to outlive a lot of people. Long life's never really been something I've looked forward to. So, I would have wished for, to age at the rate of a human. But because of what I am, I stopped aging a while ago, so it wouldn't even work, probably, but that would be it. Just age normally.
No.
Yeah.
It's a nice but also upsetting wish. Because I'd also lived for a really long time, so I'd have to outlive you.
I guess so.
But that's what would make you happy.
Yeah, it would, but it's not possible, and I'm well aware of that fact, so.
Bellamy had some like weird necklace or something you could just give to a person and then you live as long as they do.
Oh,
That's ridiculous. That would never happen.
that would never happen.
That also sounds like it could possibly backfire.
That just seems like a silly plot device you'd include in a novel.
Take it from someone who's died in the double digits. You never know how long you're going to live. You might not outlive anyone, especially in our work.
It's true.
That's a horrible.
It's
nice
weirdly
thought.
poignant hearing
Yeah.
that from you.
Like I said, take it from someone who's died around 10 times now.
It's not even
Rise
really
in
about.
immortality.
Oh.
It's not even really about outliving people. It's more about the aging thing, I guess.
I don't know. I think I'd love to be as old as I am forever. Have you seen this bod? It's a rhetorical question. I know you have. It's amazing.
I've shown it to you.
Like, we've been naked.
Help me unhinge this ox.
Yeah, sure.
Goodbye, beef. We'll love you forever.
I wish to pet beef goodbye.
These are the worst names.
It's okay. They're going to die.
As Keen dismounts the wagon, they take a couple of steps and then stop, turn back and regard you, Aviana, without fully looking back at you, just an over the shoulder. You should reverse your thinking.
What do you mean?
If you're given a chance to change things in the way that we were promised here, it seems very defeatist of you to wish that you would die sooner, and not that everybody else would live longer.
I already said it's not about dying sooner, it's about aging along with someone.
Same thing.
I guess.
Personally, that's why I stayed in Retia instead of returning to Cohulas. My preference was to die, backwards. My preference was that everybody dies before me. In a world of humans, and those with pre-centennial lives, people would more likely forget that I'd come around.
I don't know if that's particularly true, Keen. I don't mean to disagree with you on this point, but if you think about a shorter lifespan, their memories of you would be more poignant.
Until they die.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then their memories aren't worth anything.
The simple fact is, Keen, I'm in love with a human, and that's where the wish comes from, if you really need to know.
I mean, Keen, do you have anybody that you care about?
Yeah, I did.
Well, we have a
You should
long
go.
walk.
She feels bad for asking. You can tell on her face. Yeah.
Before we start making our way up the mountain,
Can we not walk up and talk?
I presume.
This is actually very very important.
Face the mountain talk only, alright.
Because I'm not sure exactly how the mountain is going to work or interfere with this. King.
Yeah.
The rest of us, after
You
meeting
say King
with
or
this-
Keen?
King.
Okay. Pretend
I've been calling them King the entire
Okay,
time.
that's just when you say it quickly. It's with
King.
both of them
Sound
around.
like Keen.
Yeah.
The-
Anyways, proceed.
When we were on the mountain the last time before, at least those of us who went all the way up to the top to speak with the dragon, they had gave us a bit of a protection or a gift that allowed us to say the names of those who were around without them listening or interfering with us. However, I'm not sure that you or Keen have that gift quite yet. Would you like to invite the young lord to come and see us?
I can send him a message when we have time. The protections we're given are expressed around us. Remember when we met Gelfus? He did much the same thing.
Oh, I believed it was just with us speaking our words.
No.
My bad then.
So then you'll handle it for us?
I could send him a message once we're there, yes.
Then that suffices.
Hopefully
Onwards
this time
and
traveling
upwards.
up the mountain. Oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Hopefully this traveling up the mountain won't be as eventful as last time.
Well, you just jinxed it, Fenris.
What happened last time?
Well, we killed a dragon.
Indeed.
I was cut in half.
Indeed.
I was blinded and deafened.
I nearly died.
We were encountered with some darknesses that had been following us.
I don't remember.
I believe it was a trial mostly based off of Tag's feelings of resentment, maybe?
So then you were confronted with some representation of a darkness that followed you.
Yeah,
Plus
essentially.
Plus a dragon, yes.
Keen, having been looking at you during that, looks up the mountain and then looks back. And though it's not distinctly on their face, it's not an extreme expression, there is a look on his face of contemplation. It is possible that I may want to guard the lower sections of the mountain. Then
You will have to speak with Serino Tenke eventually. But I think we both know what you'll find on that mountain. Assuming they choose to test you. They invited you themselves previously, after all. And the issue with us being tested was they needed to find out exactly where some of our hearts lay.
I can make you fly and we can try to cheat it.
Never goes well.
no, that's fine. Okay. He turns, starts walking up the path.
Alongside them.
Follows.
All right. At this point, Artorias is with you. They follow as well. I will note, just for the sake of taking stock of who is here, it is only you guys, effectively. You guys plus Keen plus Artorias.
Yes, the stars are gone.
Yep, they are currently elsewhere. You would likely assume that they are probably in Bochi, or they are somewhere between. Well, they came back. They escorted people to Tenchiseki, and then they returned. They got people past Dead Man's Wake, and then they came back. Because the trip at that point, especially with the table gun, was relatively safe. But they are around. You would know they're probably always within a few hours of you, sort of standing by, waiting to see what comes of this whole thing. But it is you guys. You take the couple of hours it takes to travel up the mountain. You eventually come to the very large circular lake surrounded by sloping mountainsides, forests dotting the central area, light filling the center. Whenever you look down, you guys notice that on the basically reflective surface of the water, there is something that hadn't occurred to you before. You note that though the sky in Honokuni is devoid of stars, the sky as reflected by the lake water does have stars.
Ooh.
Interesting.
The sky is much more vibrant, as per the reflection. Previously, it either wasn't the case, or there had been too much turmoil for you to notice, but this time you notice that the lake does seem to reflect a sky that is not present.
Grady.
And with that, it is entirely on you guys what you'd like to do.
Is the dragon around?
As was the case when you first arrived here, the dragon is not here. It doesn't occur to you that it waits here. It can appear here, but it seems to exist in some sort of either demi-plane or simply doesn't take physical form unless needed. You could try to invoke it and call it down if you wish to, but it's not presently here.
Shenron. No.
Hell yeah.
No, go ahead. I'll play Poden News again. We'll have another 5-minute description of it appearing. It'll be great.
Let's go.
Perfect.
Avi will walk up to the water and essentially just trail her fingers along the top of it. You there? Seiryo no Tenkei. We brought Keen. And Artorias, if you wanted to meet them.
I'm putting my hands out and presenting Keen indoor toys. Like Will Smith does his wife.
Like, that's hands.
I thought you said putting your hands out like in Dragon Ball.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah.
As you do so, clouds begin to build up overhead. I'm so tempted right now to just turn off quoting the music as a joke, but I'm not going to. Clouds build up overhead, and through the same spectacular display of its body appearing, winding out of the clouds, you see the massive golden and azure form of Seiryu no Tenkei, the Sky Dragon of the East, appears from the sky above, filling most of the sky, its body winding through the various mountainsides, seemingly stretching to an unfathomable length, vanishing into the clouds above. As it appears and settles, its voice, echoing out telepathically from it into the minds of all of you, speaks. You hear it. I take it that it is done then. The ritual is stalled.
Yes.
It is strange that only now do I meet the remaining hunted. But better late than never, I suppose. I am pleased to make both of your acquaintances. Keen. Bark, bark, bark. Keen.
Sorry.
Wordlessly steps forward, begins walking out on the stone path that leads to the edge of the water. Artorias regards it and has a moment where they clearly seem to be in awe of what they see before them, and then just broadly speaks. I have seen dragons where I came from. I've never seen one like this. You are a wonder to behold. As one who carries the heart of a dragon within them, I find myself to be in good company and respect your station. Thank you for guiding us. The dragon remains silent. As Keen walks out to the end of that stone pathway, they slowly take their weapons and put them to the side, setting them on the stone. You hear the metal clattering against it as they do so, and then they sit in a meditative pose. I believe that we have much to talk about, don't we? I believe there's much I need to learn from you, Keen von Haku. There are many answers that I cannot give you, that I know that you're looking for here. I am not the origin of the way of blue metal as you seem to think I am. But perhaps we should take the time that we have, and we should reconcile why it is you would think that to be the case. The dragon's massive body arches back, and it descends in to be within 10-15 feet of Keen. And the two of them seem to go silent. You all get the impression that, through means of Seiryu no Tenkei's telepathy, its ability to speak with whomever it wishes to, the two seem to be conversing silently.
After a little bit of them doing that, I just kind of like look over to the others. So if Vogan would have came here, would he have needed to go on his little journey thing, or
pilgrimage?
Yeah,
it's not about meeting Seiryu no Tenkei.
Oh, I just thought that everything's right here. Like, oh,
this would be a destination, but even here isn't any of the temples that you'd normally go on, as far as I remember.
Oh, is there like an actual, like, I thought it was like a spiritual thing. I barely met him. I met him for a day.
It's true.
That's fucking wild.
That's crazy to think about, yeah.
Right? Oh my god.
At the time, he was my favorite of all of you, but now I barely know him.
Yes, it would be unlikely that this would stop him from pursuing that course.
No, it's me, right?
Oh, as for my favorites, of course it's you. Of course it's you, Wrench.
I thought Tag was your favorite.
Well,
I thought I was your
Tag is-
favorite.
Tag is- the Tag is- Don't make
But
me
I
I thought I was
choose.
growing on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I
looks
thought I was
between
your
the three of them. Don't make me choose.
Wow.
We thought we were your favorite.
We should set up a camp. We won't
Have
rush
a very
this.
long discussion about who's the favorite.
Let's give them time to talk, and perhaps you two time to do that. But I say we get a good night's rest, and before we go to sleep, I'll send out the message.
I actually
Is
had a
there-
thought.
Oh?
Go. Continue, Miriam.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if there's any information anyone wished me to ask. I'll ask them later when they're done talking.
Not sure about that, but I was thinking about it on the trip over here. Hirohito has been killed by Gelfis and vice versa many times, which led us to believe that Hirohito is unkillable. That's not exactly the case, because if we go off of what Wrench told us, Hirohito takes, well, we already knew, he partakes in the wine, and we've learned he enjoys it quite regularly when he can get it. So, going by the same logic of the ritual, a hunted could probably kill him. It was just a thought.
Possible.
It's a very positive one.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
I hope not, but I wanted to air that before, or just in case something goes that way.
You think Mistrender would have any effect like it would have on the table members against Hirohito?
Have to
If
feel it out.
That, I think that would be a youth thing. It depends if it felt different or reacted at all when you were around him with it. But it's not really my forte.
I don't think I've noticed anything like that upon my interactions with him. I may not have been paying attention.
I'm just the one who puts the pieces together sometimes. So that's it. But yeah, I was just thinking about that on the way over, so I thought it was worth mentioning maybe.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely.
Anything
The only
that can help.
problem with that being that at this point we have to treat him as if he is a hunted then, and those of us who are not among you have to hold back very slightly, I believe. I would like to bring up that I feel as if I have returned to my full strength as well. After that fight
is
with
good.
the
Inuyari.
yes, with Inuyari, I believe that I am finally capable of using my bow correctly again.
Oh, good.
I don't believe that we should hold back at all against
Absolutely
Hirohito.
not.
Even if you're not a hunted.
Well, the way that I was meaning as well is, even if one of us do take him down who is not a hunted, at the very least we still have the backup of that scroll, I believe.
Sure.
If one of us do take it down, Osile, perhaps we should make sure to use the magic of that scroll to finalize that. If we can.
Yeah, it shouldn't be difficult. Assuming he's just like any other soul trapped here, he might resist, but...
Which, it might very well be extremely likely, given how powerful he is.
Speaking of powerful, I'm gonna poke Miriam in the chest on his armor.
Peak of power.
Peak of power. No. Have you...
Macho.
Very macho. Rolling
So-
my eyes. What's that new weapon of yours do? Any idea?
Gun.
Thank
Oh.
you, Captain Obvious.
Gun. Sword?
Oh.
Interesting.
Did anything happen with both items that you have now. Avi looks like kind of excited about this.
I'll show you some new tricks soon.
Slab shoot.
Interesting.
Very curious. Because if it's anything like what happened when I attuned to the gemstone, that's got to be quite the upgrade.
Can't imagine what'll happen if I can get a hold of the gemstone with this thing. Granted, who knows how much longer I'll have these.
Well.
I need Quinn back, right?
That's true. Oh. I just hide
Oh.
my swords.
He's my best friend.
Yeah.
We're in just valor, but we've been over.
I thought Nemric was your best friend.
Absolutely not.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm trying, Miriam.
He's better than I originally gave him credit for, but he's not my best friend. Once you've been to a swamp like I've been to, with a homie like that, I mean, you just have a bond, you know?
Oh my god.
What is a homie?
Oh my god.
It's a term from the land away.
Oh, I've never been.
No one can replace that idiot.
Also, you see, Nemric, this is who you call your favorite?
Well, I said I called you my favorite at
Yeah,
first,
you
and then
started with
everything
you.
got complicated.
Hmm.
The only thing that's keeping you down slightly is you didn't give me any cheesecake.
You're not my favorite anymore. I didn't like that.
Who's your favorite?
Like till you've taken it.
Have you considered taking up a job as a chef?
Oh.
You.
Me?
Yeah. I don't know, just the way you stacked those cakes, I was impressed.
Oh. Well, would he be a chef or
Not a
should he be a
crumb.
baker?
Not a crumb out of place.
Because if he's just really good at stacking cakes, maybe he should be a baker.
Pâtissier?
Yeah.
I don't know if that would work.
Well, why not?
Because I would eat all the product.
Oh, that's fair.
That would be a problem.
Could swap out the sword for some sort of scooper or spoon.
Could be a hobby.
Could be a hobby.
I don't cook for profit. I cook
Maybe
for
if
my
I made
friends.
maybe if I made shitty versions of it, then I won't want it, but it'll be good enough for the masses.
Yeah. Like add hazelnuts
Wow.
or something you don't like.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you not like hazelnuts?
No.
Really?
Yeah. They have a weird taste.
You know, that's true. I don't mind them, but, you know, you take what you can get.
Like, they're fine, kinda on their own, but when they're with anything else, it's almost always like, this could have been an almond.
Could have been your cow.
That's fair. Almonds are
I'd eat that
better than
cow.
hazelnuts.
Listen, I would
Now you
too.
need the cow, but let's feed it to the dragon.
Yes.
I wonder how wheatgrass and beef are doing.
Probably terribly. They're probably
already dead.
Logan, if I listen real hard, can I hear them moving in the distance?
Can we try and scry on them?
Oh my god, we're gonna be in Honokune forever.
The ever distant.
No, they're okay. I can hear them.
They're not long for this world.
It could just be madness as well.
Oh no.
Moon madness.
From that darn moon.
Moodness. Oh my god.
But no, so far they're okay.
Well, let's all get comfy. Lay out some bedrolls maybe and wait for the two of them to have their little chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then afterwards we can figure out what exactly to do.
We need contingency plans in case this doesn't work.
That's probably a good call.
I will
Indeed.
Dungeon Master some once it appears that Keen and Serino Tenkai have finished their conversation, or it's at least died down. Granted, I won't be able to notice that much at all. But once they seem like they're done, I'll go over and ask specifically Serino Tenkai if there's anything they wish for me to include in my invitation to the young lord.
I can't think of much. Trying to lure them here is a matter of convincing Hirohito. And that is something I do not believe my logic is capable of doing. However, if it does come down to it, there is a certain protection here that I can offer you. The water in this place is of divine origin. That is what makes this place the closest thing to the outside world. It is a reflection of my domain. I am one of 4 gods that watches over a section of Cthulhu. Each of us has a domain like this. To step upon this water, as I note that you have done before, it can be treated like a solid surface. I am also capable of warding people from stepping onto it, and if they do not possess an idolic origin, or something that is equivalent to me, they will not be able to step upon it. If Hirohito does come here, and if he becomes unruly, I invite you all to take shelter upon the surface of the water here. You should be safe from him.
Force his hand, so to speak.
That is, unless he has been empowered by something that allows him to bypass that, which is not something that should be ignored.
He did once possess this. I don't know if that would count. Show him the Tiberius barrel knife.
Being in possession of that would not allow him to bypass this.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I had to make sure. It's worth a shot. I could send him the message, I suppose. But I feel like we'll have a significantly less chance of the young lord accompanying him in that trip.
Indeed. At that point, it will be up to the young lord to convince Hirohito to allow him to come here.
So, I guess if we abjectly refuse to leave, then his people won't see daylight until that's the case. His choice at that point is to either acquiesce to this one demand or attempt to siege the mountain, which I feel like would be a terrible idea on their part.
Through the law of 10, I am aware of what some of our allies are planning. I believe if things go on for long enough, the stars will likely try to force their hand. I will allow you all to address that, however. One other thing I should let you know is that if it does come to violence here, or if you do count on any kind of assault, I am one of several lesser gods compared to what you would be used to. And our kind, we have certain forbiddances. Notably, to act with the intent to cause violence outside of our own domains is not permitted. I'm capable of it, but there is a strict code of ethics that we follow. My domain is back in the prime material plane. This reflection of it does not count. I am powerless to take direct action against people here, which is why I have tried to act through the hunted. If you do come to any kind of altercation here...
Be on our own?
Unfortunately.
I expected something of the sort to be in place.
My role is to guard the eastern side of Cthulhu in a very particular way. And if I am not performing very specific duties, my power is very limited. Is there anything you wish of me?
Myself, nothing. No, I don't have anything I want from you. I can't speak for them, though. But can't imagine many do. A lot of us just want to go home.
Nods.
If we manage to resolve things, I will assure that you have a path back to where you came from. and though I doubt you will be granted the wishes that you asked for, it is my understanding that I am from far in the past, from where all of you entered in. Ergo, if you have any wishes, if you would make requests of me, as I brought up with you before, I will have a very long time to make good on any promises I make you. I will be willing to pursue any loose ends that perhaps a deity with the power to spy on those who freely share information might be able to offer you. Plus, if you are gathering constellaquaries, I believe that it is not chance that led us to meet. I take an interest in that.
My ethics tells me I can't ask that of you just yet. Once I know where too many are, I think I'll be burdened with the discovery.
Additionally, you feel this massive creature's gaze fix onto you, Taguchi, upon seeing what the reflection of your lady looked like. I believe I will take some time to acquaint myself with the possible threat that your Crystal Queen presents to the world, and I believe that you will all be instrumental in dealing with it if necessary. You can count on my assistance in that regard.
I do have a request, now that I think about it.
Please, ask.
This one, I'm gonna grab Lexi's face,
Oh.
was taken from their family a very long time ago.
Oh.
And she's been desperately looking for them ever since. If you have eyes as wide as yours can see, then it's possible you might be able to in the future give us a lead on where to find some of them.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
The massive form of the dragon shifts, moves over towards you, Lexi. As it settles, pointed relatively in your direction, its massive stature becomes even more evident. Lexi Hendricks, you are a Kitsadria, and as such, might I assume that you can trace your origins back to the lands of Kuhulas?
Uh-huh.
In that case, I will keep my eyes and ears open, and whenever one such as you is born again, if I can find myself becoming aware of them, which I should be able to, I will follow the events. I will keep an eye on you as you grow. I do not wish to interfere with the flow of time, so I will not be able to change anything that has happened to you already. But I will be sure to keep track of your siblings, of what occurred with you. And once it is safe for me to do so, I will find you, and I will tell you whatever you wish to know.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It'll be a long wait for me, but as soon as you're out of here, it'll be entirely safe for me to make contact.
That's great. Wonderful.
Thank you for asking, Miriam.
Just feel
Arcoon.
important.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know that when you arrived here in Honokuni, you were fleeing from danger, correct?
Sure was.
Through the Law of 10, I am aware of what you wished for. Though I do not condone the sort of power you're looking for over others. I might ask you, where and when was it that you were pulled in here?
Oh, shit.
Bro, you're gonna make me look up documents. God damn, hold
I want to look at my
Can you
backstory. What the heck?
imagine just fucking these freaking nobody fucking family members running after Wrench and a fucking godly dragon approach?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'll take care of them. I got you. They'll be smited from the heavens.
Holy
Dear
shit.
Lord.
Descends, opens mouth as if to breathe, like a breath weapon stops. I am, unfortunately, unable to perform acts of violence, but I would ask you both leave.
So I'm representing
Why is that
Wrench.
scarier?
I'll be Wrench's lawyer. Sorry, no 10K.
To not have you have to look up town names and whatnot, we can assume that you could relay that if you wish to.
Okay, because I literally just pulled it up.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't turn it on, by the way. It's just on this playlist.
I know. I heard it and it made me
It
happy.
just specifically says, It doesn't actually specify.
Says that?
I believe we talked about you going to a town that was far removed from the capital, and they tracked you to there, which is what the reason for the urgency was, is because you thought you got away. You were trying to keep a low profile. I do not remember the town name off the top of my head. I think I have it written somewhere, but I do not remember it.
Here, I can give you the document because I might just be stupid.
I mean, for the purposes of what we're doing, you relay it to him.
Sure.
He acknowledges that information. I will bear that in mind. Looks over towards Artorias. Unfortunately, I do not have any power within the world you came from. I can offer you nothing. To which Artorias smiles back, looks back to them. If I manage to escape from here, I do not believe I'm going to need assistance.
Oh.
Wow.
I will be having strong words with my sister, but apart from that, I have no additional power I need. My ending up here was part of a freak accident. But it is not one that will, endanger me again once I've left. And what of the rest of you? Except for you, Nemric.
Damn.
My only request is that you keep quiet about me.
I make no promises to you.
Can I know about Nemric?
Yeah, you want to spill his secrets? It's not my request.
Piss me off right before we go and fight the hardest battle of our lives. That sounds like a great idea.
I know enough about who you serve that I will offer you no sort of deal or protection. Well, you're here, obviously I will, and I mean you no ill will, but once you leave here, your mission and the success of your superiors is contrary to my desires.
Do not worry, I was not going to ask you for anything, but thank you for thinking of me.
Well, Miriam brought it up back at the castle. I know I'm not a hunted, so you can tell me to, quite literally, to fuck off and not ask for anything.
No,
Don't
just
know,
Nemric.
hunted, and he did something nice for
Just me.
So, just Nemric.
I do not wish to reward those who are chosen by this inane ritual. I wish to do what I can to help those who seek to stop it.
Well, I've been searching for my mother, Hathoyor Kolesh, since I was 5. And only recently did we learn that at least the body of the Raven Queen that she seeks, an old god, is in the Fortress of Dreams within the Shadowfell. I am hoping for a way to find her, or to track her, or something. I know it's probably hopeless.
The location of the place you're talking about, it is intentionally shrouded from the view of lesser gods, and even most of the Eidolons are unaware of where it is. Only a select handful of individuals know where that place is, or what its original name was.
I believe a man called the Faineant knew where it was. I don't know really what he is. But they were connected.
In the old world, long before I was established, I know that the place you're referring to, it was the shattered fortress that the god of death ruled from. It was their divine realm. It is now their tomb. I can do my best to attempt to unearth information about it. I will search for knowledge and keep my ear to the ground regarding your mother. And if I am able to, without encroaching upon things that I should not, I will try to find information about the fortress for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If that is all.
So, sorry. You go ahead, Flux. You go ahead.
Well,
Sure. Thank you. I had a thought. I'm not sure if this is something that you can do or would be willing to do, but right before we came to Honokuni, we were running. It's been a long time. Were we ahead of her or behind Diane?
We were tracking her. We were behind her.
Behind her, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we were pursuing a woman named Diane. We have since lost track of her, and the flow of time seems uncertain. But given that you exist in our past, would you have any power to waylay her so that we may get ahead of her? Or even throw her off of her goals entirely?
If she's already ahead of you, I would not take any action that would change that. I cannot change what is already true from your perspective. But if you would allow me to know where you are and what your objective is, then perhaps I could throw a wrench into the works.
I'll look back to the group just to make sure, like, is that okay?
Is that why you wanted to know where and when Wrench was?
Oh my goodness. God, you're stupid.
That's why I was laughing.
I think that's more than fine.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Nod.
Any type of advantage is helpful.
We were searching for a place called the Cauldron. In, what were those mountains called? It's been so long.
Skywall. Mountains themselves in the Skywall, yeah.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Yes, we were in the Skywall, pursuing a place called the Cauldron. I believe we were just about to enter it when we were teleported here instead.
And what do you and the person you seek, what do they want in the Cauldron?
There is a weapon of great power that was constructed long ago called the Sword of Damocles.
The Sword of Damocles.
Oh, how did you do that?
I think this guy knows about the sword.
I think you may be correct.
I think that means Flux is before this person got locked in here.
Oh. We'll think about that later. But we believe that Diane wishes to claim that power for herself and wreak untold havoc with it.
Do they understand what they're trying to use?
We believe that...
Do you understand what it is?
I would presume we do know, other than a weapon allegedly capable of killing Idolos.
Specifically Vestius.
Not Idolos.
Idolans, yeah.
Specifically created to destroy Vestius and any trace of them that ever existed.
Which is a problem for us.
The account that you've been given is a bit incorrect.
Oh?
Indeed, it was turned on Vestius. But that is not what it was made for.
Oh.
Do you know why it was created? Any information would be very appreciated.
It existed before I did. And knowledge about it... It is, like many things, heavily policed. As of the point of time that I come from, I had believed that it had been... Well, it's irrelevant. I thought it had been destroyed, but it was also suspected that a fringe group of your kind, as well as Nephilim, were trying to repair it.
I see.
There is a lot to this that I do not have the authority to tell you. But I can tell you what its purpose was. Though you might see it from your perspective as a god-slaying weapon, its original purpose was to be the Eidolons' grand weapon in the battle against the Grand Primaries. But it was not completed by the time their war ended. The Sword of Damocles was the greatest construct that has ever been made. More than capable of battling any of the Eidolons, on equal footing.
My word.
Tell me. Though I believe I know. What do you believe you are? What is the modern word for your kind?
I believe the term is generally agreed upon as Warforged.
From the period that I was pulled from, all of you are still asleep. There is a great deal I would tell you. And it pains me that I am unable to. If you seek it, there are truths about your kind that you are going to uncover that may change your understanding of why you were asleep in the first place, and why it was deemed necessary by all of the Eidolons that your kind forget. You see its eye twitch. There's a moment of hesitation. You can tell that he's trying to word his way around something, and that it's causing minor frustration to this beast.
I am sorry to trouble you with my request. I completely understand that there are many things you are unable to tell me.
There are certain pacts of secrecy among the divine forces that govern Somnus Domina. The Eidolons agreed that certain things should be forgotten. And though I don't necessarily directly serve them, divine beasts such as myself try to respect their decisions. The history of your kind. It is one of the things that we are unable to speak on, out of turn.
Of course.
If you find the Sword of Damocles, and if it is in operational order, and if it is still determined to pursue the objectives that were given to it before it was rendered inoperable, it is paramount that it not awaken. If it does,
I completely agree.
The war in one moment may begin again.
Current understanding of Diane's objective is that she believes that there is a vast vault, warforged accompanying it, and the sword itself, or whatever it truly is of little interest to them. They simply believe that they can gain control of an army.
Indeed.
It should be impossible to properly reawaken it without its operator.
Its operator? Do you know anything about? Was that a specific person, or just merely someone with the right knowledge to operate it?
It is attuned to a specific person, a specific one of your kind. One who would... Your presence would inform its decisions, would allow it to begin operation. The operator was selected by Copetter. I take it, from your reaction, you seem wary of what I'm saying. Perhaps it would be best that you not go near it.
That is my fear, yes. I do not remember almost anything about my past before I reawakened. But what memories I do have, I did note that my design was quite different from those around me. If there is any chance that I am this operator, I agree I shouldn't go anywhere near it.
But if there's a chance that you're not, that means they could potentially have it.
It is possible it could be awakened without the operator. One would have to have a great deal of knowledge. Knowledge that has been lost. Certainly.
So,
if this person is indeed... If they believe they possess the knowledge needed to control an army of your kind, they likely have at least the skill set to extrapolate information from the sword should they reach it. That also is unwanted. Knowledge on how to construct something like the Sword of Damocles must never exist again.
agreed. So Diane has a few options, it would seem. They don't necessarily need the operator. If given ample time to study it, they could still do damage.
If it were to somehow awaken without an operator, it would single-mindedly pursue its objectives, which presumably are the same as when it was rendered inoperable. If its operator was present, they would at least be able to talk to it.
There would be a chance of steering it in another direction, or perhaps putting it back to sleep?
Perhaps. If it could be made aware that the war is over, then perhaps it would simply become dormant.
This is far more information than I was expecting. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I cannot enter the cauldron. So I will be unable to assist you in there.
Yeah. Of course. Understandable.
I've given you a lot to think about. Fenris.
You know my name, okay.
Yes. I know everything that at least 10 people know. And more than 10 people know your name.
That's true. I take it you also know of my wish that I gave the Lord Samurai. Is that something you can do? I'm not questioning your
Give it to me
abilities,
again in less cryptic terms.
Fire it at me, fam.
Man, it's almost like I don't remember
More
what
wishes.
I asked.
Yeah.
Well,
I wish for a pet you.
Yeah!
Yeah! Wait, we can do that?
Oh, shit.
Something very terrible happened to... I had a vision at one point that a group of Shadow Fae, a large amount, were taken to another plane, it seemed, and were being fed on. Or that's just how it seemed to me. I believe my parents are with them. I was asking Lord Samurai if he could give me information when we leave.
Sure. When I see you again, which it sounds like once you leave the cauldron, I will make arrangements to meet with you. Not in the form that you see now, of course. That would be improper outside of my own domain. But I will make contact. What you ask is simple.
Simple. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
With that said, I believe I am going to retreat. Return
I will
to
send
my...
out the invitations.
Thank you.
I'm aware that the stars and your allies are currently on their way here. You will likely hear from them in the morning.
Noted.
I thank you again. Sincerely. You have come farther than any hunted ever has. We are in an unprecedented situation, and have an opportunity to free many souls, many more than you could imagine. I sincerely thank you. Its body begins to pull back. You see the many coils of the dragon recede back into the clouds above. Lightning begins to flicker and flash among them as it moves, as it dives upwards, its head piercing through the clouds, the final coils pulling themselves up, and then, over time, the clouds fade.
You hear that? Farther than anybody. Stupid Beast of Ezra didn't know what it was doing. Pulling in the Fanian's protege, Mariam fucking Lucius.
You're a dork.
I'm gonna big ol' Hulk.
I'll find him, kid. It feels weird saying that to you. You're old.
It's true.
You're like 3 of me.
It's true. Thank you for asking again. That meant a lot. Continues to hug.
But first things first. Let's get Quintus back.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yes,
You should do
I
that.
agree.
Seriously, who the hell is Quintus?
Quintus is a giant oaf of a man.
I'm over this.
It's true.
Who is
I've been
married
over
to
this.
his
Made you
friend,
flashcards. I don't understand
And-
your confusion, Rep.
one of the many
Reg.
banes of my existence, but he's a good guy.
I was gonna say, the way you were describing him, it didn't sound like you weren't back, but okay.
He's someone who doesn't belong in hell, in any case.
This is true.
Oh,
I'm
that's
surprised
right.
they've
You
managed-
guys are weird, and you've been to places like hell. I forgot.
Yeah,
It's not that
Yeah.
weird.
sort of.
Kind of.
We need to talk about you retiring, Mr. 10 Deaths.
Oh, after this, I'll see what I can do. I'll let you know that.
You open
That
like
does
a
bring-
Shake Shack in Summergrass or something.
A what?
does
You
bring
are
up-
not moving into my city. Fuck right off.
Oh.
What do you think? I'll corrupt everything I touch?
Get the
Yes.
fuck
Man.
out.
If only
that's why we
someone
love you.
owned property just
Aw.
off of
I
some...
mean,
Haha. No.
no.
Look, I have family in Summergrass. I might want to go there now out of spite.
You do?
What? Family?
Fenris!
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay.
There's this thing called "You're not allowed." I will make sure. I
gonna
will
say found
personally
family.
Make sure
sit
you
down.
are arrested on sight. I will
You can try to hold Aviana back.
And I'm sure that I could, and I'm sure that I couldn't fool some great guards out there that's finding me on sight. You're correct.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure you could fool the Iron Watch. They're a bunch of assholes. But
Tell me, which one of the watch was your boyfriend?
eat a dick.
Is he part of the Iron Watch?
No.
Oh.
I just want to know. I'm very curious about him now.
You don't get to know shit about him.
It's coming off as very, how's your family, Nemric? I'm just saying.
Oh, that's not what I was meaning at all.
I know, just tell you how it reads.
Things just sound more menacing out of me because I have devil horns.
I get that.
That didn't really help. It was more the tone of it all, I think.
It's not what you
Very
said, it's how you said it.
I'm very sorry. I was meaning it in a playful mocking.
Okay.
I've given you all the information I choose to.
Perfect. But no, I do agree that it is quite interesting to get all of this information, especially from our current mission in the cauldron currently. Hopefully we can use this information to perform whatever deeds you all need to get done and then leave immediately. I don't like it there, it's cold.
Indeed.
How are you feeling, Flux?
Yeah, that was a lot.
That was a lot.
Yeah, yes, I am having a little bit of trouble processing everything. That was a lot. I honestly, I was taken aback at I might be older than Seiryu, and then it just got worse.
You definitely are. If what we know about that is true, you definitely are, which means you are older than this entire realm.
Oh,
that is
older than
pretty old.
A lot.
Yeah, you're old.
Indeed.
You might be old enough to have seen, if possible, my Lady Fierna whenever they were tiny.
Huh.
Fierna was
That's
tiny
why you
at some
don't
point.
have memories.
I assume that they had an adolescent phase. I don't know. I have never asked.
Mostly I am grappling with the suspicion that
I should ask.
Mostly I am grappling with the suspicion that I might be this operator, and the implications of either getting near the sword or staying away from it. It seems like there are significant risks either way.
Well, if you are the operator, then you can give it a different objective. Or shut it down entirely.
Indeed.
You touch Flux's shoulder. Really smooth.
Oh.
Smooth operator.
Wordplay to lighten the mood. I see.
On that silly note, I'm calling for it early because you may take 2 today. I'd like to take a break real quick.
That's fair.
Mostly because
I really
I'd like to refill my drink. So,
That's fair.
quick break. Quick, not a dog walking break. Just throwing that out there.
No showers.
Also, I want to know exactly how much I want to know exactly how much Seiryu no Tenkei knows about the thing that I can't tell you guys about, because that would mean that 10 people know about that, and that shouldn't be possible.
As a reminder, the law of 10, they mean people within their domain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly focused in Honokuni.
Yeah, their clairvoyance would be limited in scope.
So they know around about things that I'm. Okay.
I'll be the round.
Gotcha.
Good.
I'm frightened.
You all should be. No, I'm playing.
Eh.
No, I'm just kidding you. I'm pulling your leg.
I don't want to fight you.
Or am I? No, I'm just gonna play.
That's what I tell them, at least.
You know what? Out of all of you, I would tell Tagachi.
Hooray!
Will you tell me, Papa
No.
Tag?
No.
Oh.
See, that's why I would tell Tagachi. That's why I would tell Tagachi and not Wrench. I love Wrench to death, but I'm pretty sure he would tell all of you because it's funny.
Oh, for sure.
It would all depend. It would all depend.
On.
Oh, you know how funny it would be.
See?
Nemrit's big secret is that you're all still dead and we're all in Honokuni because it's his fault.
See, actually, yes. And whenever you all went to hell, you all actually died, and I've been following you around trying to get you to kind of move on. That's how we work in hell.
You're welcome.
Wrench is also a demon from hell.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm a little
You're
goblin.
welcome.
I just decided it would have been funny to put fur on myself.
I get to choose my form, so raccoon is how I choose to torment you.
It's working, ain't it?
Yeah, that's fair. No, I love Wrench with all of my heart.
Well, it's gonna suck when he's a demon.
I just went back to chat and I saw. I just went back to chat and I saw he may be more scared of you, Flux, and I assume that is to Flux asking if you would tell him. It's like, I think if you were to do what you did before, I might tell you anything. I might literally tell you anything. It was terrifying.
Advantage on intimidation.
I will write that on my sheet right now. Flux has advantage on all intimidation checks against me.
Okay. Hey, Izzy, you know that, right? Izzy, Frisbee, Frizz, you gotta do it. I'll hold him down.
Use guts.
Bully him.
Looks like he doesn't know. I guess he'll never know.
No, no.
Why?
Also, not you calling Fenris family. Oh shit.
I've been calling you Osole since fucking forever.
I mean, yeah, but that's a much more like. You caught me off guard, Cody. I fucking hate you.
It took me a sec to clock it, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean you got...
I was so eager for some weird, obscure Never
Yeah,
lore.
me too!
Like, yeah,
I'm back.
Greg's from there.
Did you know
He's the guy who makes this a scary.
My grandpa just stopped me.
Oh my god, please.
Old man Greg?
Who's old man Greg?
He makes the sketty, and he's also Nemric's cousin.
Oh, we're doing Nemric deep lore?
Yeah!
Apparently.
I think you mean D&D theory.
Ah!
Also, have some babies.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow. Oh.
Have some babies.
Oh, damn, baby. Oh,
yeah, go have some babies right now.
Alrighty.
Go make them.
Hop too.
Alrighty, my guys.
Look at him.
So I am returned. Are we? Is everyone else returned? Have we returned?
We're missing.
Looks like we have
I know
3 people.
Alejandro's here. He's just on mute. I don't know where the little brat and Bubbleberry are.
Ah.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know who one of those people is.
I'm back.
Okay, and now I know who 2 of them
Brat
are.
has returned.
We're waiting for Bubbleberry.
Oh, Bubbleberry.
Come on, Bubbleberry.
Bubbleberry.
All bubble-blowing berries will be eaten by everybody in the bar.
Hold on,
Also a guy
change my
named Baron.
reaction again. I'm playing. I'm not gonna.
Bubbleberry Bubble Pops.
It just makes me think of the importance of being earnest.
Pop peanut butter pops. Pop them in your mouth. There's like 2 people in the world who are gonna get that.
What is the importance of being earnest?
The book?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, it's really, really good.
Ernest Goes to Camp? Yeah, it's great.
No, fuck off.
I thought you were literally saying it reminded you of like the reason you should be
Why
earnest.
it's important.
Yeah.
No. the book is like a guy who goes out into the country and assumes a fake identity to romance random women, and he gets really, really into one of them, but he's on this assumed name, and this other guy shows up, and he's basically doing the same thing and have this huge fight about it. It's a really, really, really fun comedy. A bunch of the coaches and like Lee Ehrenberg did a live read through of it during our showcase. I snuck in and watched them do it, and there's specifically a scene where they're arguing about something really pedantic, and one of them is just hyper fixated on these muffins, and it is one of the funniest things in the world.
Is Burrito? Is that Alejandro?
Yes, it's
Yeah, I'm back.
Berito, because he's the little Betty.
I'm here. Berito. And you are here. Okay, then we are good to go.
Budget.
I forgot that we were all named something of Barry.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
Yeah.
Let's play D&D. I hate it. It makes my life hard. Let's do this. All right, my guys. So. Do you all choose to settle in and get a night's rest?
Yes.
Before we rest, I will cast Sending.
What would you like to say?
Okay.
I think I've got my word count right here.
Do it.
I will cast it to Samurai. So I would like to invite you and Hirohito to Mount Vajriel on behalf of Seiryu no Tenkei. The dragon would very much like to speak with you.
All right. You said that very fast, so I will take your word that it is under the amount of words allowed.
It depends on if you count Seiryu no Tenkei as a word because it's a name.
It is 3
or
words.
If it's just 3 words, then we get to... The dragon would very much like to...
Didn't even need the very much. You could have just been like, "Would like to see you," but that's what he chose to say.
I Miriam at the time was assuming it was one word.
Hell yeah.
It's fine, buddy.
Well, the sending spell knows better. Apparently. Okay. You do not receive anything back.
I couldn't imagine I would.
I'm going to long rest you guys.
They will converse for the day at least.
I'm so
I will congratulate Miriam and I think it's Tag for surviving through my death ward. No one died today.
Oh.
Don't.
I thought it was Wrench.
Just stay alive. Oh, it might have been Wrench. It probably was Wrench.
It was Wrench
good
and
job,
Miriam,
Wrench.
I think.
You survived.
What did I do?
You lived. That's all we could ask of you.
For
Thank
now.
For now.
You guys get a 8-hour rest in.
Yeah.
And you find yourselves all awakening, or coming back into activity. At the point at which it might be morning, it might not be. By this point, no response has been sent. There's been no attempt to contact you, Miriam, while you were asleep. No sending spell came back. Everything is very still. When you wake up, the air is... it hangs. Keen has remained, by the way. At this time, he has remained at the end of that long shrine bridge.
Meditating?
Yep.
Let's get up, cook some food, get ready for the day. I'll set aside an extra set of rations and I'll bring some over, just quietly sit it near him.
Can I make snacks?
I'd really like it if you made snacks. I don't have any food.
I don't think we have enough to
dear.
prepare too many crazy things. We should have our mess kits on us, right?
It's been so long since I cooked something that wasn't, like, godly good. Okay, hold on. I have to... Do I roll some? What do I do?
How do I cook? Oh my god!
I've forgotten how to chef.
Well, I use my
done
chef
to me,
feet.
Logan.
Do you have... do you
use
have-
your chef hand.
Do you have cooking utensils?
I do.
If you wanna... just for fun, if you wanna see how good what you make is, just roll that.
We're all
I
about to
will.
get poisoning, y'all.
I'm gonna make like rations granola bars, which is just rations but in a block.
I feel like you've done that before.
Jerky
You should have a
sticks,
bandage on this.
nice.
I will
Quiet.
provide all of the rations for this. I'm gonna mark off 10.
Miriam, you are a saint.
Damn.
Oh, we're gonna die.
I took our
Every
dry
day I owe
meat
you
and I
more.
put it into block form, and then I took some dried meat and I shredded it into a salt-like consistency, and I put the meat salt on some of the meat, but then, here's where I got spicy. I stretched out some dried meat into a longer strip, and I wrapped my dried meat with meat salt in strips of meat.
Yes, the shape makes
At
me
least
happy.
we can taste it.
The shape
Do we want to taste
improves. Yeah.
I mean,
It's still good. I still sprinkled a little paprika on there. I kind of,
You know?
I like flex
You
on
know
them a
what,
little bit. There's a
Turducken?
little
This is
sprinkle.
a matiti.
Oh.
It's still much better than not having any taste at all. Thank you.
I gave them a little zhuzh, you know, just a little.
better than
salt
moldy
on
bread
it.
from a dumpster, so I'll take it.
Did Sario no Tenke say that the stars were coming here at some point, or?
You said that we should hear from them shortly after we wake, yes?
Wait.
Could you, like,
I don't
send
really
them
know
a
if
message?
Dragon has a reference there. I can. It will take some of my magic for the day, but I can do that.
I just now got reminded of myself whenever I woke up completely. I'll spare you the details. We were going to stop in town to get me clothes, and I didn't get any.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
So you're just
Yeah, I don't know if we're they have armor and a skirt.
Well, I was more going to ask if the stars were making their way here, if you could ask them perhaps to bring some more arrows, if anything.
I will not, because if we're to hear from them shortly after waking up, that means they're already most of the way here.
Ah, got it. I thought that they were going to do some kind of strange connection thingy.
Yeah, even the closest town is a half day away at the very, very quickest. Not counting
Just
the mountain.
Just to quickly address this, if there are 8 snacks, and if someone eats them, you get, wow, you get
Damn.
one temporary hit point.
Damn.
You get.
You know what? Never mind.
Hey, Cully, eat it now.
Those look lovely. Don't judge the deliciousness of your snacks based off of the magical buffer to HP they give people. They're still tasty.
They are.
Listen, 1 hit point can fucking matter, bitch. Like, I'm just saying.
Like your 1 temporary hit point. You think there are 8 people in our party?
There's far more with us.
Uh-oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Counting
7.
Keen and
Well,
Artorias.
okay,
That gives us
I
10.
will give him my granola bar.
No,
my
no.
My meat bar. No, it's too late. I've already walked over and given it to him. I want to see what he does.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When you say give it to him, what do you mean?
I'd like to walk up across the bridge, hand it to him, say nothing, walk
When
back
you
across
attempt to
the
hand it
bridge.
to him, he does not take it.
Okay, I made snacks. I will re-offer it.
He does not move or seem to respond.
Okay, hold on.
Is he still
Okay,
meditating?
I got
looks
a
to
little
be.
leaf.
Okay.
Okay, I know you, I can hear things through meditation. You can hear too. I put a little leaf down.
Elf to elf, I know you're fucking with me.
I
We'll
know
never
you're
let them know, but I know.
Okay, Keen Van Haku, I know you're ignoring me, but I put a leaf down, and there's this bar.
You noticed some of the
would-
food that was cooked earlier next to him, probably untouched as well.
I put it even closer. Like, I scooched that food over, I put my food closer. Okay, you're not gonna respond, but I left this here. I would like if you ate this, because I don't know if I've seen you eat anything since we've been around each other, and I'm a little, you know what, you're like doing your thing. The bar's there, the invitation to eat it's there. She's gonna, like, put her hands out like, hey. Okay, you're not looking. Bye! And then I'll scamper across the bridge. And I will be watching for movement, Logan. I would like to roll. I would like to roll a motherfucking
This is what I'm
perception.
doing today.
Roll perception.
Yes! Eat my bar, you fuck.
Wow.
Eat my bar.
God.
Eat the meat,
Eat
meat,
my
meat,
shorts.
meat.
Oh no. Meat, eat.
Eat the meat.
From where you are, you don't seem to see any movement.
Okay, be that way, Keen von Hake.
You hear you coming from the path that leads into this dome-like section of the mountain. You hear a "Hey!"
Oh,
Hello.
oh, there they are.
As you guys turn, you see only Enchig.
That's
Oh,
fine. That's enough.
He's the only one pure enough to get up here, clearly.
He's a lot.
How's
today
it
is
going?
good luck.
No,
What a
see
good sign.
They're waiting down at the bottom.
Hmm.
Oh.
Not a
Just
whole
giving
lot
us
of us
then?
left, so thought, why bring everybody up here?
Lunch.
Is it nice? You could eat up here and taste things.
You can taste things.
You can taste things here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
want
want
a
me
snack?
to make you something? Do you want a little something? I can make something.
Like, I haven't tasted in 500 years.
Yeah. I mean,
Do you have a favorite food?
not really. I like whatever. Hey, that guy's not eating his. 1 sec. And he starts walking towards Keen.
Wait!
Hey, bud. Don't mind if I,
I watch in horror, unable to stop. This slow train accident.
As he walks up and he reaches over towards the food that is beside Keen, without the rest of him moving, just a single isolated movement, Keen's hand grabs him by the wrist.
Oh,
Hot.
Shit.
You can eat this later then. And he just holds him there, and you see this small flick of his hand as he pushes Enchig's hand away. Like, all right, sorry. Jeez.
Handshake, you want my meat?
I don't know why you said it that way, but yeah.
Here you go.
All right, come here. I mean, I'll go there.
What's happening?
He walks over, gets into your circle, takes the food, slams down with enough force that anyone who's sitting right beside him sort of pops up from the ground just a little bit.
Giggly anti-gravity
Okay.
flow
Yeah.
for a second.
Sexy green man.
I thought you said you could taste here.
Can you not?
That's fine.
Is it just that bland?
Oh, fuck.
I cast Preston.
Maybe I just don't remember what tasting is.
Like, give
Oh,
it kind of
okay.
a cayenne kick to it. to
Maybe
see if
that's what it
changes.
is. Maybe I just don't remember what tasting is. No, it's fine.
Maybe
it's
you
good.
don't.
Num, 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 num.
I'm guessing it has
Oh
something
my
to do with
God.
the protection that we
We
were
need-
given.
We need to get you to a city, Fenris.
Am I cooking bad?
No.
Good. I think I detect hints of meat
Oh my god.
Yes.
of some kind.
I swear I will strangle every person who had anything involving in this if my cooking's gone bad in the time that I've been here. I've worked so goddamn.
Yeah,
You know,
Fortnite or
Say you
maybe.
like the salt.
you should
you
maybe,
know, Fenris,
if you want to strangle someone, maybe you could point that energy towards someone a bit more useful.
Oh, I
How are
know.
the stars?
The handful of us that remain are not doing great. We're on standby to see if this plot that you guys have, if it goes anywhere. And I wanted to come up here because I wanted to ask you guys, is it going somewhere? Because the Zugaiken are held up in Yodika Castle. No one's come in or out of that place, not as far as we've seen.
We've reached out to the young lord with an invitation to meet here. But there's yet to have been a response.
Well, no one was moving over there.
I honestly don't think it's gonna work.
It may
Close
take
to
a
hand.
couple of days, potentially.
How long
Eventually,
should
they'll
we wait?
realize that we're not going to leave, and then they'll have to come here eventually.
Feel like this long in, they would have noticed that by now. It's the next day, and the moon's not gone.
They could
When
be
did we-
plotting something. You never know.
Or know something we don't?
Of
What do we
course
do
they
if they just never come here?
Then we're fucking stuck. And
Oh.
everything sucks.
And they are as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're stuck in the lap of luxury.
Mm. Fair.
And we'll eventually run out of food.
No, we could sustain ourselves magically.
That's true. I
Indeed.
forget about that sometimes.
Alright,
We'll run out of the tasty stuff. though.
guess that brings us to the second thing I wanted to talk about then.
Oh no.
We had a suspicion, based on what we know about how they act, that this wasn't going to go anywhere. During the periods and previous hunts, when people have gotten to move around and leave, they've locked themselves up in there. They seem to always avoid coming out during this time. We think we're going to take one for the team for you guys. There's not many of us left. But we think that this is as good a chance as any to storm Utica Castle and get the young lord out ourselves.
That does not seem like it will go well.
It's funny. I mean, I don't like the idea of all of you sacrificing yourselves for this, but that is a thought that crossed my mind, was that if we can't get them to come of their own fruition, we kidnap a kid, and we force him up here ourselves.
That's the end game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get both of them here.
Yep.
We've never
Not
seen a
that
real
I-
chance to make any kind of difference. This is the only opportunity that we've ever really seen. So, we're willing to put everything on the line to make it work.
If we're going to do something like that, or if all of you are going to do something like that, I believe it would be hard to do much of anything with Hirohito still there.
Plus, all the guy can end butterflies.
Well, yes and no. Nocia has that ability, same as you, Miriam, to essentially teleport, so to speak, a good distance. She could get in and out with the kid.
Then +1, unless they know precisely where he is and can get to him immediately. It would be a frantic panic, and one misstep. Granted, not even one misstep. The problem is even if they do it perfectly, I can't imagine Hirohito's going to be, as long as they're inside that castle, more than 10, 15 steps away.
No.
That's alright. That was the idea. No, so you just has to get up to him, knock the kid out, shouldn't be that hard, and pop away with him. And then whoever's left, they only have to distract Hirohito for a very short period of time.
The issue there is we don't know if the young lord has more abilities than we're aware of. He could have powers of his own that we're not, privy to.
Yeah, we don't know lots of things.
That is true. Sometimes you gotta take the risks, yeah?
Yep, we sit here thinking about what we don't know and get crippled by it. We're not going to be able to make do on this. The more time we give them, the more they might come up with. If they decide that you being here is a problem, giving them time to rationalize some kind of plan of attack, I'm not really about that. I like to get in there and deal with things hands-on. That's the way the stars have always operated. That's the way we're always gonna operate. We don't need your support on this. I just wanted you to know what we're up to. And to know,
We get that dumb dog's help.
if we fail, we'll at least have caused some damage.
Is that Nemric?
I was just thinking if only we could get that dumb dog's help, but I don't think that that's something we can do.
Inuyasha
They want
doesn't
to.
want...
They want to fight Hirohito. but
They don't want to die doing so. We're too close to the Shadowfell.
I know we can't get Gelfus to,
Hell no.
and we're stuck up here now. I hate the idea of you throwing your lives away, especially when we know that he has that ash. I don't know what it would do to other people.
You hear the scraping of footfalls as you see Keen, having stood and walked, approaching the circle of you talking. You see the leaf that you had placed the food upon between two of their fingers, and they cast it out to the side.
Fenris
You're
gets
very
a very
loud.
Smug smile. Sorry.
Not you. You're
That's
very
fair.
quiet.
That's fair.
Oh.
It's very fair.
If we could find a place between the two of you, he points over to Enche again, to Fenris, that'd be tolerable.
Hi.
But less smug.
Hi.
Now you're just being really,
I point at
really picky.
Less depressing. Anyways.
Says
Oh.
you,
Oh.
King.
You're just really
Anyway.
petty, Keen. That's all I say.
It does bring valid points, though.
It does.
He
Anyway.
points towards Wrench, just with a... Anyways.
What do you gotta say?
I'll be going with them.
What?
They're right. Waiting for them to come here doesn't really seem like it's going to do anything. From what I know of the time I spent there, the young lord is not going to be able to convince Hirohito to do anything, and Hirohito is going to be overprotective until we're dealt with. The best we could hope for is that eventually they launch an attack here, and if they do, I can't imagine that they're going to bring the young lord along. So, going in and getting them is the best way to go. And I know the forest better than any of you. So I'm going to go with them.
You might be the best person to bring the young lord here, now that I'm thinking about it.
Not like we can just sit here and wait.
I mean, we could, but it'd be boring. But we could.
Also unethical.
You see Artorias perk up. I believe I'll go with them as well.
What?
It feels
Well,
wrong,
yeah.
fighting beside them all this time.
Only to let them die while we're away.
My plan, my initial one, was to come here and join the stars, in resisting the young lord's control over this place. It would be out of character for me, not to join them on this. Plus, I feel that we have more influence. If they are confronted with Hirohito and there is a chance to defeat him, as we said before, we may need a hunted. So if
Yes.
Keen and I are there, then maybe we'll be able to enact some kind of final blow, if the opportunity presents itself. Ultimately, as long as all of you are here, and you make it out, as long as some of us can see this through, that's fine.
That doesn't sit well with me.
I hate that line of thinking.
Sitting here and waiting, it doesn't strike me as the right thing to do. Especially since they are ageless and have access to more resources than anybody else here. They could wait for an eternity.
You're very right. It's my instinct to go with you, but I am certain I would not be allowed. Yeah, that's what
Not without all of us going.
I know. So,
I
here's
mean,
the last time.
I'm in.
No, you're staying here. You are staying put.
All right.
What?
You just immediately after telling me you want to go, you tell me I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
So a little bit
Perhaps-
hypocritical
Double
there, Abby.
standard.
Perhaps a
Whatever.
more proactive approach would be something we could do. If all of you are already planning to go, if we're leaving some hunted to make their way there, would it not be best to just at that point perform a full siege?
No. No, we need people here. If we're going to make this work, we do need to split up. It's not ideal, but what they're planning makes sense.
It's a bit of a painful ask for anyone to sit here while... Like, there's no way everyone going is coming back.
No.
No, it's fine.
Are you certain?
You can
And
all
with Fenris
wait
around,
here.
we can deal with the butterflies.
It'll be fine. After all, I'm going. They won't need any more help.
That's a fair point.
Of course, if you're not confident that those of us that are going can handle it. And if you don't think that I'm strong enough on my own to challenge Hirohito, then feel free to tag along. Otherwise, Aviana, I will take your reluctance as an endorsement that none of you were ever needed from the beginning. He turns and he starts walking off towards the exit.
It's just his nihilistic way of saying make a choice, I suppose.
I thought that was his way of calling us useless.
I mean, that too.
A little bit of both.
He gets
I'm
his
only...
cabs in where he can.
Fenris is gonna run up.
I think that might have been his way of asking for help, actually.
I'm only staying because I gotta look after the purple idiot.
Oh,
So
we're
confusing.
Purple idiot, are you coming?
Yeah, we're going.
All right, well, that throws a wrench into your plans.
No.
Fucking, I thought we were... What is happening?
I don't know.
I would have been content to sit and wait if it was everyone. But especially with Artorias and Keen going and all of the stars, that's a suicide mission, especially without the hunted.
Are we
Without
all going?
Fenris to
What are
deal
we
with
doing?
the butterflies, then it even more so. The Zugaiken can be dealt with, but the butterflies on their own would be enough to take out an army, let alone, what, 7, 8 people?
I'm putting my foot down. We're staying. We are staying. This is stupid. They can go. They are strong. They can get in and out.
The whole time they're having this conversation, Wrench just has his arms up. It's like, I'm waiting to be thrown.
I will pick up Wrench.
Roll me! Roll me! Roll me a dexterity check, because Enchig is at that same moment also reaching out to pick up Wrench.
Hell yeah! Let's go!
Let's go!
Oh, it wasn't.
Oh, fuck!
It was for Avi. Avi, you got a 13? Alright, one sec.
Yeah.
I gotta pull up Enchig here.
Yeetus, Wrenchicus.
Who gets to throw a wrench the first?
If Enchig beats me, I won't. I'm not gonna complain.
What a king.
Oh yeah, he beat you.
Hell yeah, let's go!
Damn.
As you reach over towards him, you just see his large half-orc hands lifting up Wrench and just putting him under his arm. And just like carrying him. Hey, little guy! You want to come along? Give him what for?
I mean, this isn't exactly being thrown, but yeah, this works.
Nice.
Can we please wait for 2 minutes?
Nah, might as well get it going now. Enchig turns and begins walking.
Come on, Lexi.
Inactivity doesn't sit well with me, sorry.
Miriam, please.
Convince me while we walk down the mountain.
You just
At the very
hear,
least,
you
we'll
see
them
him
all.
turn and you see Enchig just as he's walking away, just before you guys make a note to follow. He stops, looks out at the lake, and you just see him put his hand up beside his mouth and you're like, Hey, Seiryu no Tenkei! Cool digs! See you later!
Oh my god!
You know, Effluus walked so Enchig could run.
True.
I love this man.
Why you always gonna tear down Effluus? Every chance.
It's true. I
love
can't
that
believe
man.
you abandoned your man.
I am not addressing this at this time.
Damn.
Artorias, having already stood, begins walking off towards them. Nobody can force any of you to take any kind of action. But this does seem like the right thing to do, to me.
It does.
It's stupid, but sometimes that's what you have to do.
I ran with Iokane long enough to know that.
If we lose Keen and Artorias, I don't know how well we will do against Hirohito.
Then we don't lose him.
Ooh.
Then let's...
Aw.
I think a full-on siege, then.
Fenris is gonna fall in pace with Keen dragging Lexi along. She's gonna
Oh,
reach over.
jeez.
She's gonna... Don't tell Vogan. and she's gonna cast Death Ward on Keen.
Just so you know, you are 30 hours of travel away from the
Oh,
castle.
maybe don't do that then, yeah.
Then I wait until it would matter.
Okay.
I say the same.
You potential son of a bitch!
You can take this as my temporary, my endorsement as well. If Avian is endorsing you.
Oh.
I'll check off the 4th level spell slot.
Well, you can throw that on them and we'll count it once you're there if you're there.
Yeah, sure.
So who's still sitting? What is it? Avi, Flux, Tag?
If Miriam started walking, Avi is walking right beside him.
Yeah, I guess we're
I'm
going.
looking back at everybody with big
Tag just sitting there.
eyes, like,
Tag just sitting there. He starts snoring. It's like, wow, I missed. What I missed.
Tag is just watching all this, like, what the
Tag's just like,
hell?
all right, we'll be back by 8.
Yeah.
oh my god!
Okay, Dad.
Oh my god.
He'll reluctantly get up. Like, I thought we would.
So did I.
So did I, but things change. I'm not
Okay.
gonna let this small group get chipped away at suicide mission after suicide mission. They make very valid points. If they're gonna do it, we might as well support them.
Okay. Well, sure. Let's go.
And it doesn't look like we can force their hand simply by waiting.
Hmm.
We can simply irritate them at best.
True. All right, let's get going then.
And take Miriam's hand and squeeze it very tight.
Is anybody still sitting, or are we all gone?
No,
We all
we're
going?
all
Yeah,
Okay,
we're all
cool.
going.
Okay, good. I just want to check in on Flux, just like,
Yeah. No,
I mean,
he
if-
mentioned he was going.
Best case scenario, we get him and we hightail it back here.
All right.
We go.
Put him in a
Off
potato
to death
shack.
we
Let's go.
As you guys begin making your way down the mountain, Enchig just very boldly holds Wrench up declaratively, one hand wrapping around Wrench's tiny body, holding him
Oh
up
my
into the air.
god.
All right. The plan is we amass all the forces that we can, storm the castle, get the kid, get the fuck out of there. Whoever has to distracts Hirohito while the people with the kid get out. We bring him back here, and then I don't know what the fuck you think bringing him here's gonna do, but it happens.
Yeah,
It's
Are we
a
allowed?
step in a direction.
Yeah!
Are we allowed to try to kill Hirohito, or?
Huh?
When you say this out loud,
We're
this
trying to
sounds
get back
fucking
here.
Stupid.
Welcome to the highest standard.
It is stupid.
If
I'm
we
part
have
of the lowest, thank you.
Consider yourselves hired.
I don't want to be a part of your group. Honestly, I don't think I'm fit.
You want to be part of our group?
You don't like us?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Like you.
After all, you are
Hey.
carrying our former leader's weapon.
Wow.
Wow,
Oh,
I can't
yeah,
believe you
I guess
hate
I
me,
am.
Tagachi.
Wow. Ouch.
Do you not like us, Tag?
Ouch.
Our hearts
I just
are
don't think I'm a
broken.
good fit.
Why not?
There is no fit
His
for the
queen
highest
wants
standard.
At least
Look at
two
us.
of us brutally murdered.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
not on
think I can join.
him.
Oh yeah, but he really likes them.
Stop trying to recruit our Tagachi.
I
Ren,
just hired
stop
all of you. Your pay is as much as you've been getting so far.
Fuck all.
Wait, so by distract Hirohito, is that okay if we try to kill him? Like actually
Yeah.
kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I want you to
Yeah.
make sure. I want you to
Excellent.
make sure.
Beat the snot out of
Welcome
him.
to kill.
He's like, I have this scroll that I haven't used yet, and I don't know if it would be
You might
want to
lead with that if I remember what that one is.
It says Scroll of Circle of Death.
That
Oh,
can
no,
that can
sweet.
probably hit everything inside the castle, or at least most of it.
Well, that was why I haven't used it yet, because it has a 60-foot radius, and I didn't want to hurt any of you guys.
Oh, I thought it was much bigger than that.
I could attempt divine word on. Well, he has. He will be fine if I try to cast that. Never mind.
Keep it on lock for when you might need it.
It will be on lock.
Oh! I didn't mention. Very fortuitous. When we were coming up the mountain, some idiots just left a wagon and a couple of oxen down there. So we got a ride on the way there.
Oh, yes!
That's so convenient.
Yeah, I can't believe any idiots that would do
We
that.
grass some beef, live another day.
Oh,
They have
God.
30 more hours of life.
Any hours of life is a victory, Miriam, and you know it.
As you
We'll
get
make sure
down,
to back them into our parking spot while we're there so we can really just take off running with
As you-
our ox-drawn carriage.
as
The
you get
high
down,
speed chase that'll be. Sorry, God, continue.
as you get down to the end of the path, Enchig just motions proudly over towards his wagon and oxen. He's like, I'd like to introduce you to Dilbert and Sleipnir.
Those are
Those are better
names.
names.
Those are good names.
Pretty good names.
Huh.
Okay,
I lay
before
down
we
in the
do
I lay
this-
down in the carriage again.
You see, the people that are there. Nocia is there. Apart from them, there is maybe a half dozen individuals all wearing ragtag armor. 2 of them on horses. You take that this is the extent of the remainder of the Stars of Ilium. All right. Do we want them to know we're coming?
Well, one of them, yes.
Might help. If we could get him to send the Zugaiken out to fight us, that might help with whoever sneaks into the castle.
What are we? Our guess. So it took us about 30 hours or so to get here, right?
Yeah, it's a 30-hour trip between the edge of the Akuma Kyofu and the bottom of the path.
I guess the question begs as well, who will be on each group? I assume I'll be helping manage the masses outside.
Sneaking in and out's probably closer to my forte.
I'm also really good at sneaking.
Then I trust you, Aviana, with
You might be
handling that.
unfamiliar with the kind of sneaking we're doing.
Oh.
This is a blow down the front door and barge your way in kind of sneaking.
Oh!
Oh, yeah, no.
Abduction!
No.
Okay.
Oh, you
very
have
familiar with
no
that kind of sneaking.
idea. You have no idea the group I used to run with. That sounds about right.
If they send out the Zugaiken and their other forces and they try to hold themselves up inside, it might be best if, those of us who are more expendable than you try to deal with that out here. Whereas you guys, you're all much better armed than we are. If you all want to get inside and head towards the castle, that might be the best play.
Are you sure?
I believe both of our targets would be still inside of the castle, yes, so we should make our way through while the Zugaiken come out.
Yeah. We've been facing the Zugaiken for a long time. And even if the Crimson Butterflies do join them, the bunch of us, we should be able to handle things.
Right.
Keep them distracted at least.
I'll attempt to do as much as I can, as we travel further
Hold
into the
nothing back.
castle.
Again, I'm not sure what they'll do with you, but I'm not sure if it'll have any effect on you at all, but the Zugaiken have this new ash-like substance that they put on their blades. Be careful of it.
It can kill hunted.
Ha! Good thing I'm not a hunted.
Again, I have no idea if it will work on anything with you, but just be aware.
It's a more permanent death, I think, is what Nemric is attempting to communicate.
I think it's about time Baroth makes up his mind.
I was just thinking about him as
I
well.
agree.
Do you think contacting him might be prudent?
Yes.
Well, you're the negotiator on that.
You're Mr. Contact Man.
I kept sending to Baroth.
You've got the magic words,
He
so
hops on
bewitch him.
the front of the wagon. Heckin takes the reins of the 2 oxen. You can do that while we go.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right, let's do this. Dilbert! Sleipnir! Take us to our final battle! He points forward dramatically, and the oxen let out a and then just kind of start prodding along at their own rate, not just at their own pace.
Beautiful.
Forward!
He's very enthusiastic.
I cast Sending to bear off.
Oh.
You have about a day and a half to make up your mind. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. That's it.
Hunted.
Oh, that was good.
There has been a murder.
Yes.
Hunted. What would you like to do? What would you like to do during the trip that you are taking? We'll assume fast travel.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're trying to hide from
All
anything.
right.
You have
I would
8
plan-
hours before you get there, effectively.
I want to say one thing to Miriam.
Oh.
Can't believe
You
I
would have known
done
that
a
if you
skirt.
want to have said that instead, Miriam, then you could have. You would know how long it would take. Because it would be a full day if you're also doing the resting part, but the travel part
I
is 8
see.
hours.
Okay, then yeah. I wouldn't have said a day and a half. I would have been like, you have
Yeah.
a
Excellent.
few hours.
Gotcha.
Miriam,
There be square.
Yeah,
I have one request.
I will do my best to honor it as to the greatest extent of my abilities.
I know you're an idiot, but I need you to keep yourself safe.
Oh yeah, no, I'm living through this.
I need you to, because I promised Quintus I would get you. I would protect you, and I don't usually care for what he asks of me. But this, and you, I need you safe. Not just for him, but for me, and I need you to get out of this alive. Please.
Just happy to get out of this not a monster.
Yeah. That's all.
As you guys approach the edge, if you have anything else to do or say during it, let me know now, but otherwise...
At this
Yeah.
point, I would do what I told you I would do. I reach over the Keen, I tell him, keep a little secret. Shh, this is don't tell Vogan, and I cast Death Word.
Tell Vogan.
I don't even have
tell-
any idea what you just did.
Oh, you probably
If it's a
won't even
secret,
know.
don't tell me.
It's
No, let it surprise him.
Okay.
Fenris.
Fucking
So, I wanted to speak with you and Nocia. I think that we have the best shot at getting this gate open and not having our entire frontline force get waylaid with arrows on the way across that river. If Nocia and I can take 2 people across, you and maybe Encheg, maybe King, we can get on top of the wall and one of you can start dealing with the butterflies as best as they can while the rest of us begin cranking out the drawbridge.
I'm gonna stay wherever the Zugaiken are. Just letting you know.
Yeah, the walls are going to be covered in them.
That's if they
Good.
let us get that far.
Do we know how to open it? Because I have a spell that can open things.
Oh, it's a cranked drawbridge, so we might need someone to lower it. My
Okay.
thought is that I can use my Dimension Door spell, and I believe Nocia can as well, to get 4 of us up there, and 2
Oh.
can defend while we lower that, allowing everyone else a lot cleaner entry into the building proper.
Okay, that's a good
I
plan.
can provide defense.
Yes, I think you're the best choice because you can get rid of butterflies much quicker than anyone else.
If Enchik's going to stay out front, if I may make a suggestion, then perhaps I could take Taguchi inside.
Taguchi would be a great option.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that. I'm fairly well equipped to defending others.
And then if we do encounter the young lord, then I could use my resources to get them out just as fast.
Good. Seems like we have a good plan here.
We'll park the wagon a little bit before we get inside of the building proper. they'll likely be expecting us to a degree.
Some extent.
That's if we
This
can
is
get it through the
all
Akuma
on-
Kyofu.
That's the first part we need to deal with, I guess.
Taguchi, may I ask a favor of you? It's a little selfish of me. Do you remember the spell you used that bound us together, that helped divide damage
Yes, I
between
do.
us? Pain?
Yes.
Might be a good time to use that again. I just know if I'm met with an onslaught, I can only hold them back for so long.
It lasts an hour, so as soon as we're close enough, I can do that.
Once it kicks off.
Mm-hmm.
I
Or just
figured we'd
before,
talk
I
a game
guess.
plan beforehand, you know,
Mm-hmm.
come up with an idea.
Sure, can do that.
Thanks.
Oh, have a random idea that just want to put forth in case it saves us a few resources. Rather than having people teleport inside, I do have a spell that could simply make a hole as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick.
We would still have to wade through 100 meters or so, or meters, 100 feet or so of water to get to that wall, and that's what I'm mostly concerned with.
Gotcha.
Though I suppose if you can make it vertically, you could drain a grand deal of it.
Intriguing.
Also, if we're talking resources and abilities and how to use them, I know I was the one to bring it up, but also, Nosia, if you need help finding the young lord, I actually have a spell that if he's in like 1,000 feet, I will know where he is.
That's not a bad idea.
Not that
Our
I
history
think
has
they'll be
been that
holding him up or
divination
whatever,
magic that is
but-
operating within that area, because we've tried to
him.
scry on them before, and it often doesn't work.
In the same way, Seiryu no Tenkei can't directly observe what they're doing,
I suppose
nor can
that's
they
true.
him.
Could you not locate an object? And not
I only have
necessarily a
the spell
person.
prepared to.
It's everything
locate-
within there. Even attempting to scry on the common grounds, the outside, the entire area is shielded from divination.
It's the same
to
spell
know.
I used to locate Lexi, so it would
I
be
assumed
unable
as
to.
much.
It would help us
Living
if
person,
we
sure.
knew that he was outside, but currently I believe we are operating on the assumption that he is in there.
He will be in there, I'm quite sure, knowing Hirohito as little as I do.
Can you imagine that we do a siege on this and they're already ready to like, oh, I wonder what they're doing up in the mountain. Let's go check. Let's go find them.
Yeah, they arrived there. They just flew there.
We just passed each other.
the way here. This is awfully rude.
We're never coming
We're
here
never
again.
doing this again.
Swear to God.
Also, I have a
Wow.
cabin out in the mountains. We're gonna go stay there until this all blows over.
God, if they're there, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I will cry.
It's likely he's still at his family's shrine. He mentioned when we left that he spends a great deal of time there around the end of these hunts.
As you guys approach the edge of the Akuma Kyofu, you come within range of the forest line, the path that leads into what should be the simplest way through it, but as you know, the area will be obscured by the effects. By the way, Braden, if you want to throw Death Ward on Keen, he is on the combat tracker. But
You're not allowed to die.
as you
Stinky
come
boy.
close to it, you guys prepare for the next leg, for the first leg of what will likely be an assault. As soon as you're into the mist, if there's resistance to be had, then it will be.
DM, could I just ask a little question real quick? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Yes, same.
Again, just about the scroll, because what like level spell is that? Because I know
Circle
I'm
of
gonna have
Death?
like yeah, I'm gonna have difficulty casting it because it's like above my casting
I think it's like a
range.
7th or 8th level. I think it's a DC 17 or
Yeah.
18.
It is.
Like 6.
I mean, it says at higher levels when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 7th level or higher, so I think it's 6th, but I don't know.
It might be 6.
I believe
Yeah.
it is 6th. Yes. So it'd be
Okay.
DC
That's-
16.
DC 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a necrotic fireball.
What I
Except bigger.
It's just
Yeah.
it's bigger range. Yes.
Yeah, I could only cast up to 2nd level spells, so
You will have to, just so you know, whenever you cast it, then you'll have to make an
Yeah.
intelligence check and you're aiming to get a 16 or higher.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You got good int.
I got very good in. So yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let me know when you do it. I'll brain blast you.
Oh, preach, boy. Okay, cool.
It's
That was
not
my
a
question.
cleric spell, is it?
Sorcerer, wizard,
clerics?
warlock.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's
Bestie,
why I
never
got
mind.
given it.
Clerics.
Yeah.
Fucking maybe.
Well, I don't.
Death
know.
Domain.
Yeah, no, dude, if you could cast this, we would have given it to
Yeah.
you instantly.
I
Special.
didn't have I
Mhm.
All right.
Takuji can cast it.
Oh,
Really?
Oh
yeah.
I want to ask.
Yeah.
Warlock, you're right.
They would have to make the
Frickin-
same check though.
Yeah. How's your int?
Yes.
I
What,
use charisma.
yeah.
Oh,
Well, there you
just
go.
Because that's your
Fuck
spellcaster.
it.
What is your question? Sorry, I keep sort of cutting you off to ask you what you're
oh
saying.
no, sorry, I feel bad. I keep
No,
accidentally
no.
cutting other people off.
No, let me know.
Yeah, just like fucking incredible long shot, and I know it's a stupid question. Does anyone have an ornate stone and metal lockbox worth at least 400 gold? We're not used to-
Here I go looking.
I would just pull that out my ass.
Crazily enough.
I'm looking.
What do you need, boy?
Oh, an ornate stone and metal lockbox worth at least 400 gold. That's what I need to.
Okay,
use,
well, I
summon
don't
construct.
have a lockbox, but I have this dagger for ritual. Let me find this in my fucking
Yeah, why
thing.
don't we
It's
just
not
glue a bunch of gems to a box and hope
Listen, bitch, we've done it before.
How many legs does the chair have?
Hell yeah.
That's not-
I'll get this
That's not quite
fancy
that.
Not
painting of all
quite.
these
No,
dragons.
Let me just glue some sapphires to this box, and I'm going to establish its market value. Taguchi,
Yeah.
would you like to purchase this box worth $400? Oh, geez, I don't have the money, but I would for $400. Well, that's fair. Well, when you have it come back, okay, we've agreed it's worth that.
Let us make a chalice slogan.
I've been sitting on 425 platinum this whole game. I haven't spent a
Oh my
dime.
god!
What the fuck?
I've
You
never
should-
had the
There you go, why don't you
opportunity
just
to
buy
spend
the
it.
young lord from Hirohito?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Why didn't we
You
think
should
of
give
that?
all your
That's
kids an
brilliant.
allowance.
Yeah.
I have a ceremonial electrum dagger with a black pearl in the pommel. I don't think any of that. I have a
Not a box.
I know. I'm like, I have
Damn. That was sassy as hell.
Hold on, is that a box? Like-
No, because he was asking for fucking. I will kill you.
I had to do it to him.
I know, and I love you for it. That was great, and that's why you're my little sibling, and that's why. Because you're stinky.
Players
But
break down into laughter.
nah,
Yep, get it.
I'm like I have a brooch. Nah, I ain't got nothing for you, champ. Sorry.
Oh, it's totally
boxes.
fair. Also, to be clear, like, Logan, what's your take on this? It says an ornate stone and metal lockbox worth at least 400. Does that mean a lockbox that is made of ornate stone and metal, or a metal lockbox and also an ornate stone?
That's for summon construct, right?
Yeah. Is it like talking about one
I
item
think
or
that
two?
it's describing a lockbox. I think that the whole thing is describing a stone and metal lockbox.
That's what it
Okay.
sounds like to me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would accept, though, if you had a metal lockbox worth that much, I would accept that as a component for the sake of not being weirdly pedantic about there's no rock in here. Like,
I don't see any rock.
however, that doesn't help you with your current problem.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, for sure. I
I
knew
got
it was
nothing.
a long shot, but I thought I'd
Yeah.
ask.
You have to
Just
like
my
commission that
fantasy
kind of
grounds
thing.
froze, so I'm just gonna bop out and bop back in.
Okay.
I need an ornate lockbox. Aviana holds up dagger.
No,
Aviana.
Avi, put it. Okay.
That's a sacrificial dagger, Avi!
Every dagger is a sacrificial dagger if you try
That's
hard
true.
enough.
Looks ashamed, puts away dagger
kills people.
silently.
No, because I misheard, and I thought you like needed
A
an
stone
ornate
and a
stone
box?
and a
Ah, I
box.
see.
So that's why I was like,
understandable.
I'm gonna see.
I
Yeah.
misheard. I thought I heard dagger instead of box.
I think that's just Avi's problem. It's like, oh no, I heard the stabby thing. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Is there,
Sorry.
upon approaching, with that out of the way, is there anything that anybody else wishes to do?
I have another question about the scroll. I'm very
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
Because I use like an arcane focus to do stuff. I don't need the components, right? Or do I?
These scrolls do not require components.
Sick. That's all I wanted to know. Because I was like, if we're asking if people have things, I might need things.
Yes,
but no,
to
I don't.
create a
So
scroll,
I'm
you need
good.
the components. But if you have a
yeah.
scroll, its components have been taken care of when it was
Yeah,
created.
so you don't need
Okay.
the black pearl powder
Pearl,
worth at
yeah.
least 5,000 GP.
Oh, it says 500 GP.
For
on
500,
mine.
sorry, yeah, 500, my bad,
Damn.
500, 500.
Okay.
That'd be an expensive death fireball.
Yeah.
But also,
Fine.
in a weird way, in a world kind of, in my opinion, worth it. That spell fucks. That's a big,
Yeah,
mean
man.
spell.
Mhm.
It
That's
does
a
fuck.
60-foot radius.
We'll
Also,
Let
if
me
I
know when
remember
the best
correctly,
time to use it is. Sorry?
if I remember correctly, it doesn't consume that dust.
No.
Oh.
No, you just
Yeah.
need it.
You just need to have it, yeah.
Interesting.
That
Fine,
said,
just use the
That's
just use the
real
Shikon
good.
jewel to make a construct.
in that
Yeah, let's
case,
fucking go.
in that case, my
I think
guys,
we're supposed
I
to.
mentioned I'd probably want to take multiple breaks. I would actually like to call for a second one. I want to refill my drink because we're about to get into the forest.
We're about to get into a lot.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we are. So,
You mean it isn't gonna be easy?
What?
Well,
Easy.
we'll see. We'll see if the culmination of
no
everything
way.
you've set up all comes together in some climactic, heroic thing where no one dies. That's probably what's going to happen.
I've got a steel mirror worth 5
I'm in
gold. Is that a
danger.
box?
Yeah. you are.
All right, guys.
You know, weirdly, I think I might be able to make it with fabricate because I have the tool proficiencies to make it.
Oh my god.
If I have the materials, I think I could make that specific thing.
You
Nice.
wild bitch. What the
Well,
fuck?
shit.
All right. I will be right back. I'm going to refill my stuff, and then we're going to
Same, I'm gonna grab food real quick.
jump into the
Go back.
last leg of this.
And are we full?
Yeah.
Oh, my milk water bottle? I don't really know what to call it.
Your what?
Milk water.
It's okay. So let me explain. So there's like these. They became popular recently, like over here. I don't know if they were a thing like overseas, but it's a water bottle that is shaped like a milk jug.
Yeah.
And I got it because a fan brought me one because it was my first Given fan, and I lost my shit, and I almost cried. They were dressed as Uegetsu from Given, which is Michael Tatum's character, and they brought me this like milk water bottle, this milk jug water bottle is what I'm calling it. I'm posting
they're
pictures
very
in
cute.
call chat. They're super cute.
It's like a
us a
milk
picture.
box, but
Yeah,
long.
I
but also
posted
clear
it
and
in
made of
call
plastic.
chat.
Oh.
Yeah, and then here's
Oh, thank
me
you for the
being
raid.
excited about it because I found the seller in the dealer's hall and I bought one because they make these themselves. So it has like a bunch of Given stuff. It has Mafiu on the side singing. It has his la la las and then Given logo on the
Hell
side.
yeah.
It's really cute, and I'm like, I don't know. I could just call it my water bottle, but it's funnier to say milk jug water bottle.
It's true.
Nice.
All right, Flux. If you have fabricate, here's
I'll
what we
be
do.
right
You see that tree over there?
I see.
Are you gonna ask him to
See
make
that
clothes
stone
for
right
you?
there? You see the
Are you
bird
asking-
inside the tree?
Hey, Aviana has a name, you bastard.
Damn.
Fuck you.
Oh,
That wasn't even me.
I am so sorry. I am being very silly and dumb today. Thank you all for putting up with it.
I just love the fact that fabricate says you need to have the materials that you can see within range for the thing. So like if the materials for something meant like bird feathers, let's say for example, would that work if you just see a bird in a tree? It's like, I want to make some arrows.
Just all the birds disappear. Naked
Are you
bird
talking
trying to
about
fly through
fabricate?
space.
Yeah.
Fabricate is extremely limited and weirdly unlimited in what it can do. You cannot make arrows with fabricate. You can make arrow with fabricate.
Well, it's fine. If you have enough birds, then you can keep casting it.
One single arrow. Oh my goodness.
If there's
Yeah.
enough birds in that tree.
Yeah, it's a strange spell in that you can create like a carriage, assuming you have the proficiencies and capability of making it. But if you wanna make a bajillion arrows, no, sorry, you can make an arrow.
Yeah, I just love the idea that it says like raw materials within range you can see, and the freaking range is 120 fucking feet. So you just look over at something and just use what they're fucking what is on them, or like what is them, to make something.
That would be an
It's
upsetting
crazy.
spell to cast at like a marketplace.
You just
Yeah,
walk
you can
into like
make
you just
a-
walk into a jeweler. It's just like, oh, I need to make a ring. Oh, look, all the materials are right here.
Put it on my tab. I'm gonna go now. Oh my goodness.
Before you go in, you freaking greater invisibility yourself so they can't see you. Am I casting it?
Oh no.
Might as well
Oh,
just steal it at that
artificers.
point, though.
Artificers, you're gross. Also, I cannot believe that Keen probably ate the bar.
He did.
You
Can't
can't
believe
use
that
it to
they
create
eat
items
food.
that ordinarily require high degrees of craftsmanship, unless you know how to do so.
Yeah.
Or like the reason that Flux can make that component is because they can do that. They just need the time. But with Fabricate, they can speed that process up.
That's why you're a jeweler that happens to know Fabricate.
Totally.
And you walk into other jewelry places and take their jewels for your fabrications.
Those wouldn't be raw materials.
They're totally raw material.
What do you mean?
Generally, they're going to be selling jewelry, which implies it's been crafted.
There could possibly be some raw gems in there. We don't know.
They might. I mean, we do have a gem lady who literally
Yeah,
just sells
exactly.
gems. But then you're just, then you're just stealing gems. Want to just steal the gems and then do
Yeah,
it?
that's why I eventually
Yeah.
said it's like, I guess if you could just steal them at that point, though.
Yeah, but there's more panache in like walking in and crafting them into something and then leaving.
Could you fabricate like the most useless like ball of gem? It's like we have all these random gems, and it's just like, I would like to make a ball out of them.
Yeah, technically, yes.
You just have this fucking multicolored rainbow gem ball, and you're like, that's fun.
Make the world's first Fabergé egg.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I'm back.
And just
you're
imagine
welcome.
it's like a ball
Back.
of gems and you spin it and you can just like use the components for different spells that you need gems for. It's like a never stopping gobstopper of casting spell.
Everlasting
components.
gobstopper.
Yeah, that thing.
Never stopping. It never stops. No gob stops.
Oh my goodness, why does my throat feel so fuzzy?
I do.
Alejandro, you were there and just on mute.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
good.
chilling. Hayden wanted to, I believe, take out Ryuji, though.
Gotcha.
Are y'all in love with the concept of enemies to lovers, or are you just in love with the idea of someone seeing you at your worst and still loving you?
Oh!
Oh.
Too real!
Literally, it's a TikTok, and the follow-up is, listen, you need to know your fucking place.
Take me out to dinner first, Jesus!
Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right, whose turn is it?
No, oh no.
Who needs the rod?
No, it's not a rotating rod, you Nimrod. You nasty.
You nincompoop.
You
You
Nemrod.
nincompoop.
You dingus.
You ninny.
Why do you have a drill?
It's not a drill. It's a electric box cutter.
That's
worse.
scarier.
What do you mean electric?
The part where it goes burr.
Ass.
You see how it regular box cutters don't go burr? This
Oh,
one
well,
goes
you
burr.
see, it's
The electric part would be the boo.
But I feel like it's not like the blade's not like spinning, right?
Probably moving forward and backwards as I decide.
yeah, it's like an electric pizza cutter.
Oh. Well,
It's like one of those
I'll just
saws
I'll
that
just
they
go on.
use to cut open casts.
Oh, jeez.
Here, I'll just go on. I'll just go on my. Here you go, guys.
They don't spin; they just vibrate really fast.
Ooh,
Oh, there it is.
Hell yeah.
that looks like a
That's
bone saw.
That is a
Get
power
that-
tool, is what that is.
Jesus. What type of boxes are you trying to cut open?
Cardboard.
Electric ones.
Electric boxes.
I got it so we could cut up a whole bunch of cardboard boxes because I've been messing with the apartment thing, so it makes things a lot quicker.
It's for the bodies.
Oh no, Joe Cat, why?
No, what happened?
Not going to be replacing my Twitter, and I don't know if it's going to take off, but I made a hive just in case and discovered there's no bio character limit and did the only sensible thing knowing this information.
Oh,
Joe
no.
Cat, at Joe Cat, he, him, according to all known laws
Yeah,
of
I knew it was
aviation,
going to be B-movie. I knew it.
God
I was sitting here being like, it's going to be B-movie.
I'd be upset if it wasn't.
Holy shit.
That man knows his
Just
right.
puts the script to
What a
fucking Lord of the
goober.
Rings.
It's a shame I still have to fight him to the death over maple syrup.
That's
What do you say about maple syrup?
He
Doesn't like it.
Oh,
He prefers
no.
corn syrup.
Really?
What a clown and a fool.
Really?
Two different categories of things, but he said it.
Corn syrup?
He's talking about corn syrup based syrup.
Ah. That's okay.
Ow.
We have the objectively better soda.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. 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 You are allowed to just be wrong on Twitter and for no one to give you hell about it. Everyone on Twitter's nice that way.
They really allow you to just, vibe out with your wrong opinions.
Oh boy.
Gary's back. The time has come.
Let's play D&D. Let's all die.
Let's go!
Woo!
Yeah.
It's step 2 we go. It's
Dead and dead.
Yeah!
Dead and dead.
That's what we are. We're dead.
I
I'm
have had
dead.
too much
Yeah.
caffeination and I have not drank half of this drink yet.
Oh no.
Get it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You being a gremlin makes me happy, so let's go.
Well, my thing is
Oh yay.
having a bad time.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got the loading heckin' circle. 1 second. I'm gonna turn.
On Streamlabs?
Not on Streamlabs. On Fantasy Grounds, my Fantasy Grounds capture on the laptop. Turn that on.
Oh.
I'm gonna close it down and reconnect. Give me 1 second.
Fuck.
Yep.
Bug.
Me too.
Oh no. Or Nor.
Thursday, get that shit out of here.
Nar.
Yar.
Need to like capture you saying wall.
Wall.
Whoa.
Wall. Wall. Wall.
Wow.
Cody! Put them one after the other.
Nor.
Wall.
Nor.
Wall.
Yes!
It's perfect.
Narwhals.
Intermission.
We're gonna come back.
Touch it.
Because it's
Oh,
awesome.
this is a Monday game, huh?
Nor.
Wall.
Okay.
Okay.
We're all gonna die.
Let's get it out now before we die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
Have you been
glad that
subjected
for
to him
some
having a
ass
soundboard clip of you
backwards
before? I don't remember one.
I don't think I have.
Oh well, welcome to this.
Yeah.
I've never been, and I'm looking forward to the day.
Same.
I will say, I'm glad that in some ass backwards way this has brought you joy, Logan. Nor has delivered. I will say, I'm glad that in some ass backwards way this has brought you joy, Logan. I've had enough of you.
Oh my god.
Why didn't you capture
Pretty
that
great.
one? Why didn't you capture fucking I've had enough of you?
Yeah.
Oh, everything you say is gold, Braden.
It's true.
Oh.
Why, thank you.
Everything you say is gold, Braden. Don't.
We play that again, Cody.
Did you get a recording of that? Send that to me. I need that every morning to get out of bed.
Nah, I just deleted it.
No.
All right. I fixed everything. Okay, serious D&D mode. Serious D&D mode. Serious.
Angry,
All right.
anger, depression did it.
All right,
There,
war.
one character.
Spooky Forest.
What is it good for?
All right, guys.
I'm muted.
Spooky D&D mode. Adhere to my tone.
Oh, I'm so
I
spooked.
think we are.
There, thank you. See, he gets it. He understands.
Oh no,
Yeah.
something,
I get it.
depression, bird.
Everything you say is gold, Braden. You can.
Wow.
Okay. I don't know how versatile that one's gonna be.
It's very specific.
Just send that one to me. No.
Just make that your
my
text
life.
voice
It's
for
definitely
if I
not got
send
as
you a
much
message.
longevity. It's definitely not got as much longevity as Narwhal.
All right, you
For
guys. You stand outside the Akuma Kyofu, still upon your wagon. Your oxen, which, by the way, have not been. It has seemed impossible to rouse them to haste at any point. Just so you know, they are lazy oxen.
I go, yeah.
Perhaps they could be.
Nothing
Oh,
happens.
do you go here?
No.
No, all right.
I
Well,
attempt to, but I assume nothing
And
happens.
yeah, what?
them.
Huh?
Kill them. Make them go faster.
Ah! All right, I'm gonna roll handle animal for Enchig.
Let's go!
Oh
Handle
no.
All you gotta do is ask, baby.
Handleable.
Handle
Good ol'
animal.
handle.
Animal. He what? Hold on. I don't think he's very good at this.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Welcome to the club, big
could
guy.
be.
Mm-hmm.
In that one's the oxen leave.
Oh no.
They're strapped. to
All
the
right,
character.
Dilbert.
Not anymore, they leave.
Slept there. Time for you to take us in, and for us to take what's ours. Let's go! Ah! Ah!
Oh,
Dilbert and Sleipnir, I'm gonna need you to move. Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
oh, it's worth a fucking try.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to go into the spooky forest, I think.
Well, that makes sense.
Oh, try again. Ah! No.
No.
No. No. He gets off of the wagon. I don't think they're going in, guys.
Just have to get them back here. Well, goodbye for the second time, Beef and Wheatgrass, or Sleipnir and whatever the other one was.
Dilbert.
Dilbert.
Dilbert. Goodbye.
Dilbert, I get. I'm
I
still
hope you
lost on
live.
Sleipnir.
I am also unconcerned if you do. But I
the
do
two of
hope you
live,
do.
So, I hope the two of you live so that we can get a ride back to the mountain.
They're gonna get eaten by you.
Undoubtedly, yes.
Yeah.
Henchig looks to the remaining stars of Ilium. Looks to Nocia. Looks to you guys. Alright, well. One way or another, this is going to be the last operation we have as a group. Hunted! You have done far more for any of us than we've managed to do on our own here. Any of you like to say anything to all of us?
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh God.
We couldn't have done any of this without the stars at all. We are as much in your debt as you are in ours.
The stars guided us in our journey.
Hmm.
So thank you, and Kun's blessing to all of you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Nodding along.
He turns, pounds his fists together. Let's go capture a kid.
Yeah.
Don't say it like that. That sounds
I
awful.
capture the flag with much more.
I also look at them and I was like, you guys know I was joking about that. You're welcome bit, right?
To quote a friend of ours, hopefully Honokuni will be safe, and we can say you're welcome. Don't tell Vogan I said that.
There's
Who the hell is Vogan?
We're keeping a lot of secrets from Bogan today.
Good.
You would be so upset with me.
So sick of this.
Bogan sits up like, what the fuck?
Where the hell are they?
Yeah.
Let's
I've
move.
been waiting for so long.
The thunderous sound of hoofbeats as the two horses that you have begin to rush forward, the remaining stars yelling out as they charge in, Enchig rushing on foot in towards the forest, expecting, I imagine, the group to follow him. As you rush forward, it feels as if the forest briefly stirs. Wind races across it. You hear the shifting of leaves. The agarwood smell seems to dissipate irregularly and is replaced with this eerie emptiness, this old, rotted deep wood sort of smell. As you guys proceed forward, assuming you do, if you choose not to rush forward, then please tell me now. As you guys proceed forward and break in through the mist, the sound of your own footfalls, of the stars who are yelling, pointing their weapons forward and charging enthusiastically, is almost enough to drown out the fluttering of wings as you see Donyo Katasu, very different words, Donyo Katasu begin to fly and flutter around, moving through the trees. Whether or not they intend to block your path, or they are simply reacting to your presence is briefly not known. I believe the highest passive perception in the group. Is it Wrench or Nemric?
Nemric.
Nemric?
Damn.
As you
I'm
are...
pissed, man.
Man, Lexi's not even on the
It is a
board
22,
anymore.
yeah.
Fuck you! It's still a 20! What's yours, you blind bitch?
Oh my god.
Golly, tell him how you really feel. Fuck.
You kick his ass.
Also, my perception's at a
Kill him.
+8. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a 22 perception.
As you charge inward, you make several hundred feet of progress, managing to keep your eyes on each other. Strangely for the forest, you would have expected to be separated or be affected by the forest's illusory magic, but as you do charge forward, you see a dozen, and then another dozen humanoid figures, weapons raised up, bows aiming forward as you see the armor of what appear to be the Zugaiken stationed in a relatively large line on a elevated slope up above the path that you're proceeding down. As they come into view, hand in one pocket, glaive in the other, you see central among them the familiar face of Baroth. And just as you all come within view of each other, as both sides prepare to let loose weapons, you hear a... Why don't we take a second?
Oh, sounds good to me.
I would look to Miriam to know what to do. Like,
You see, in the moment's after...
yeah, for
Good
sure.
old Barium. As
Barium.
you see that
Good
until
old
Miriam
Barium.
says that in a couple of seconds between statements, Enchig is definitely fist up, rushing at Baroth, and stops a good 30 feet away from him, but stops, looks back towards Miriam. Wait, really?
Yeah. Start walking forward.
I'm right behind Miriam.
Behind Dobby.
Going with?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Give me 10
I guess
feet.
we're all going.
Okay.
Baroth, a somber look on his face, but a resolute one, steps forward ahead of the Zugaiken briefly. You hear the straining sound of bowstrings as many arrows are knocked and pointed towards the group. Many great bows pulled. You understand that this assault, there's no possible way that it's going to go the way you want it to.
We were told it was impossible to get as far as the hunt that we have. We have a habit of doing impossible things.
All you have to do is leave. Then you'll be okay. You could get out of here.
Era, that's not true. And it's never been true.
This forest, it is guarded by yokai that wander it that will protect the estate if it has to. The several dozen strong forces of the Zugaiken, myself, the Crimson Butterflies, and at the end, Hirohito would stand against you. And you think that this ragtag group, this small, ridiculously feeble threat that you pose, you think this is enough? Now let's say you win. Let's say that you get past us. I presume you're trying to take the young lord.
Amicably, if possible.
Let's say you get them to where you want to go, then what?
We hope.
Hope for what?
A way to end this forever. No more cycles. No more hunted. People in Tenchiseki might be able to actually go and live their lives in the worlds they care about.
Mariam?
Yep.
I'd like you to roll me a persuasion check.
Real quick.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah?
Did I give you
You
my
did give me
pack
your talisman. Yes.
Okay.
You gave it
Just
to me.
remember
last
you
time.
have that.
What does that add? It's a D4?
A D4, yeah.
I'll pull that first.
You can use it after you see the roll.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Well, I would use it in either case. There's no reason not to.
There. And it's got 4 uses.
Holy shit!
That's a 20.
Golly.
That's a 30.
Rolled a 30.
I think he's persuasive.
A little bit.
White boo.
Well, then I suppose this was unavoidable. But then again, you hear the distant, resonant ringing of a bell that you recognize to be the bell that is placed on the Yorika Castle estate, and you see the mist beginning to part as the path going through the Zugaiken towards the castle becomes clear. Of course, I already knew when I came out here that it was probably gonna have to go this way. So, and he turns, faces his own soldiers. I, Baroth Castle, head of the Zugaiken, hereby disband the Zugaiken. As it is within my power to do so, you are all released from your bonds. None of you are required to fight. I release you from your obsessions, your cycle of reincarnation, your duties, and any service that you may have to me. And I release myself from this pitiful cycle. We are mortal men. The curse that binds us is undone. And it is now your choice if you want to use this one life that you have, soldiers, to finally decide to do something that might... No, it would be impossible. It would be impossible to make good on everything that we've done. But maybe we can do one good thing here at the end. Either way, he raises his weapon against the Zugaiken, standing back. They're getting through there! This is the only chance we have! As he does, the Zugaiken soldiers look to each other. A look of confusion and contemplation. Some of them look briefly dazed. And then you hear a call out from one of them. Just a battle cry. And then another. And then another. For their own reasons. Not to say that the Zugaiken are a moral bunch. Far from. They all lower their weapons. They let out a cry, which Baroth joins in with. Yeah. Okay. That's not going to be the end of it, though. He turns back towards you guys. There you go.
Thanks. I figured you'd come through.
You hear monstrous cries beginning to erupt. Demented, duplicitous screams that could only come from a monster begin to roar from within the woods. You hear the sound of footfalls upon wood, upon branches as well. And after a split second, even those of you with the lowest passive perception begin to see the form of what you recognize as dire trolls, which you have fought before, beginning to move. You see Danyo Karasu begin to swarm and flock out, and then you hear the sound of arrows being released, several Zugaiken falling as arrows pierce into their necks and chests. As you see crimson butterflies among the trees beginning to fire on their former allies. As this happens, there's a moment of contemplation. The Zugaiken begin to turn, arrows begin to be let loose. The same fiery, explosive arrows that had once been turned on you begin to blow apart trees. You see these trolls emerging, standing 2-3 times as tall as any of you, swiping at the Zugaiken soldiers. And as one rushes towards Bareth and tries to attack him, he briefly dodges out of the way, cuts one of its hands. You see 2 fingers that immediately begin regrowing in place, get cut off. And as it goes to attack him again, you see Enchig throw himself in the way and punch this troll, pushing it back off of Bareth. A surprised look on Bareth's face as Enchig turns over to you guys. This would be about the part where we're gonna stay here, I guess. And protect the Zugaiken. I don't know. One of our guys will have rung the bell for you. One of our guys rung the bell for you. I imagine he's dead by now. Go get him. Whatever you're doing, it had better work. As he points down the path, as Nocia stays with you, but the remaining stars of Ilium and Zugaiken begin to engage and find in conflicts with the Crimson Butterflies who are here. A path is cut open as they push the battles out to the sides, revealing the path, the road moving forward. Nocia charges on the horse that they're on.
Let's go. Gonna start running.
Yep.
Onward.
Welcome back, Lord Protector.
I'll run by, or I'll take flight.
Summergrass thanks you. I fucking run. Running.
As you head towards the castle, with a straight shot to it, it takes you maybe 30 minutes. It looks like most of the battle is contained to the front. The Zugaiken and the stars manage to distract and pull most of the attention away from you as you rush up to the steps that Keen had once guarded. You rush up them, and you see in the distance, with a few hundred feet between you and it, a couple hundred feet of clearing, and then the water ahead of it, you see Yorika Castle, the moon still hanging over it. I'd like everybody to roll me perception checks.
You got it, Jim.
Boy.
God, I'm so good at these.
Go. I can't see shit.
What a good check to Nat 20 on. Goodness.
Dude.
Oh, come on.
Damn. 30.
Yes.
Wrench.
Fuck you, Nemric.
Wrench and Nemric.
Fuck you, Nemric.
As you approach, you can see the elevated form of the castle. You can see that there is the top of it appears to be the manor. The top of the manor, at the center of it, appears to be silhouetted against the full moon that is shining brightly. And because of the open concept nature of the top, the moonlight that is shining through, you can see is illuminating 2 figures, one of which appears to be sitting and overlooking the area, the other standing behind them, guarding them, on the top floor of the manor. The same floor that you all had excused yourselves to rest and deliberate. You don't see any movement within the castle itself. What would you like to do?
They're there. Top floor.
Oh. Let's move forward then.
Can I turn on my predator eye real quick and see if I see anything else?
Yes, you can. As you turn it on.
Good idea.
As you turn it on, at the distance you're at, the what is the distance that the tree set goes out to? It's 120 feet, right?
Let me check. That sounds right. Yeah, 120 feet when peering through it.
You do not. This would reveal. Currently, the top of that manor is like several hundred feet away from you. But
right.
The grounds that are before it, you do not see any crimson butterflies who would otherwise be invisible in the grounds. You do see that the watchtowers appear to have crimson butterflies that are stationed atop them, who are to everybody else invisible. There are not many, though. There's maybe 2 on each. And there's a total of 3 watchtowers. Your range only goes out enough to see 2 of those watchtowers. You know there's a third on the other side of the complex. You could presume that it's equally defended. I will note, for anyone that cares, that from where you are, dimension doors 500 feet could get you basically anywhere in the compound, in the manor, including up to that top floor.
Run next to Miriam. You take us where we need to go, boy.
Whew. I'll run next to Nocia.
Right. Is this where we take ourselves up there, and then what of everyone else?
We get that drawbridge down, they can cross by that, and then we can make our move on the main floors.
I might be able to. If you would permit me, then I could perhaps sneak that way myself. If we're just trying to get that bridge down.
If you think you can defend yourself. I don't want any more people dying for us today.
I can always go with her.
Young furry friend. Do you see any of them around the opening gates?
Do I?
Roll me perception.
Oh, shit.
Do a perceive.
I perceive.
Get it, baby?
17's pretty good. You do not see any of them near the gate itself.
Gotcha. I see nothing.
Alrighty.
In that case, allow me to do this. If we're going to be operating machinery for this particular stretch of it,
she reaches out and puts her hand on Wrench's head. Could I take him for this one instead?
I think that's a great idea.
Good a defense as any. All right, if you're
Sorry,
going
Todd.
there,
I could get to the gate, Wrench could get it down, and then I could blip anywhere else that I was needed.
if you guys can cover the main gate, Avi, you and I could go directly to the young lord.
Sure.
Everyone else catch up as soon as you can. Try and get us an area where we can get him back to safely.
Are you sure that the two of you should be alone with Hirohito?
You can clear a couple 100 feet real quick, and I think we'll be okay, at least for a minute.
We need a couple maps, fellas.
Would it not be more prudent with Tagachi?
Yes, I could go with you, and I'm not as mobile as the rest of them.
I can move fast, so.
All right, I'll trust you to catch up then.
You know I will.
Alrighty. I'm gonna throw you guys a map here in a second, and given where you're going, some of you are going, you're going to be on a slightly different map.
Oh. Here we go, boys.
Y'all have seen this map before. You've been on it a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Just throwing Nocia onto the combat
We
track.
finally have a reason why we have the map now.
It's true. There's finally a reason for what having the map.
Wait, you mean we were meant to fight something here?
Shit.
Crazy. What an assumption.
So you guys are about there. So I'm gonna just make this the background. Kaboom. To give you an overview, so Nocia and Wrench will be teleporting to there, is the idea, which is itself about 215 feet. The top of the manor is there.
Okay.
Which is just under Dimension Door's teleportation range.
My god.
Giant.
So we're where Tagachi's placed. Okay. Alright, boys!
So just to be clear on what's happening, Nocia is taking Wrench. Is anyone else... Who else is teleporting?
I'm going to be teleporting with Tagachi to the top of the manor. And then everyone else will be using whatever speedy movements they have to get in, secure themselves, and get to us.
Yes.
I don't think anybody else has teleporty stuff.
I can use
other than Misty
use
Step,
of
and that's
Flash
not gonna get
Victorious to get at least 100 feet ahead, and then bonus action dash, or bonus action is my teleportation, but I can still action dash.
I can't promise how long this will last. I'm also going to cast Fly through the Cittern on Fenris.
Oh, nice.
If you want to clear the any of the butterflies you can find, this will help you move around a little faster.
That's yeah.
Just don't go too high, because if Hirohito's in there, there's a good chance I'm about to get a sword to the face. And
I have no reason to go super high. You don't. I'll stay
got
down
this.
to the ground. Yeah.
I'm
I'll
gonna
stay close behind
turn
you
out my
guys.
wings and I'm gonna fly with Fenris.
Yeah. I do a little
Alright.
spin with her. Okay. Sorry.
I'm
just
all-
Fly with them too.
With that, do we even need to put the gate down?
Let's just fly the fuck in.
Are we
Here
all
go.
flying now?
Right?
We
We
can.
all fly? Are we
If that's
leaving
the
everyone- are we
case,
leaving
then I can simply take Wrench up there and with me.
More the merrier. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Fly, we
Holy
can fly,
shit.
we can fly.
And the rest of us will get there
So-
eventually.
I didn't even notice Oliver's fucking obtaining this ability. Like, Marion sucks.
Marion blasted on me. I have no ability of this on my own. I am staying close to the fucking ground.
So, the initiation of what I'm going to call combat.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second here to throw a thing up.
One.
Thanks.
Singular
you out of
sensation
time.
and every single step she takes.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Done. Done.
God, we had to do that dance for so long.
Yeah, we did. Alrighty. I'm throwing some stuff on a map.
Why would you do that?
No.
Whoa.
I'd like everybody, I'd like all of you to please roll me initiative.
Oh,
Including myself?
Including yourself.
Or about a natural 20, baby.
Oh, come
rolled
on.
above a
Fenris,
10.
Fenris, be cool. Fenris,
That's
be
not
cool.
important.
I'll take a bit.
Fenris, be cool. Fenris, be cool. That's cool.
That's pretty fucking cool, Fenris. Blocks,
That's
you're dropping the ball here.
fucking cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here, I think.
It's okay. I'm also time to drop the ball. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Like just having an existential crisis. Like, am I an apocalypse weapon?
Nemric,
Why did I do this?
you're up first. I will remind you guys that Keen and Artorius and Nocia are with you. So act accordingly. Sometimes we forget who's there. But
Queen can't fly.
That's fine. I can.
That is
They're
correct.
gonna fly. They're gonna fly. Don't worry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to touch Keen and Artorius, and I'm going to give themselves plus myself fly.
Oh, real quick.
There we go.
yeah.
At the beginning of this, can I do a Lion's Warcry?
Yeah, you can. For the temporary hit points, probably you will note that people flying are probably going to need a couple of rounds to get to where they're going. So whatever the bonus may not come into play, just so you know, but they can get the temporary hit points, right?
Yeah, they can get the temporary hit points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm even like targeting like all the Zugaiken members as well.
Oh.
Oh, they're
Like,
gone.
They
that
are
are on our
hundreds
side.
of feet back.
Yeah, we had to
They
leave
are?
them behind.
Okay.
They were fending off the yokai and the butterflies.
I'm gonna see. What is the distance on this thing? I
They-
think it's just that they can,
and they are
if they can hear
they're
me.
well and gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Then I will just get everybody here that can hear me.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Everybody on the combat tracker.
Alright, give everybody those temporary hit points.
It's a good way to sound off the beginning of a siege.
You
Yep.
mean like
Fucking go!
plus the one from my little snackaroony if you had it.
True.
This
Oh,
will
that would
override
override
it.
it.
They would
Yeah.
have read it.
Well,
They're on stack, so yeah.
Never fucking
You know,
mind.
it's the thought that counts.
You know what? If
Thought that
Keen,
counts.
if
Well.
Keen ate my bar, he has one hit. He has one temporary hit point.
Damn.
Bam.
Juicy stuff.
That's good
That's
shit.
real
So
good.
Nemric, you grant this. Then what do you do?
Oh god, I still have a negative 40 adjustment. We've had a long rest. That should be gone, I believe. Can I get rid of that?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Just want to make sure.
Thank God.
Mhm.
Ooh, that would have
That
been
was my-
bad.
That was my action. I'm going to bonus action throw on myself a. If I can find where you are. I'm gonna throw myself a Flames of Passion as well.
Alrighty.
That way, next round I can bonus action dash.
Gotcha. And you're gonna take your
Hopefully
movement?
Hopefully I didn't just give those. I did not. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna start moving myself forward toward the wall, keeping myself decently low for the time being.
Alrighty. So
17 arrows.
What's your speed? 30, is it 30 feet?
It is
60 now, right?
Fly, yeah.
Oh, because you guys fly on yourself as well?
Hee.
All three of them.
Fucking do what I want.
We're real gross right now, boys. Oh my
Do
god.
what I want. It's
This ain't gonna
not
land.
letting me draw the arrow.
That's no good.
Technical difficulties on bingo.
Oh, I marked that beginning of stream.
That's
We
fair.
had that. Alright, Nemric, you go to here. As you begin to fly
Hooray!
forward, Nemric, you immediately become aware that the crimson butterflies that are within the watchtowers, they do begin to knock arrows. I'm gonna see if I can just knock down the walls, because you guys are all gonna have effectively an aerial view of this, so I'm gonna see if I can
Break the walls down! Break down the wall!
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. That should effectively... It's going to mess with the lighting somewhat, but you should be able to see everything you need to see now.
Actually, I'm going to, because I am pretty sure Nimric has learned from flying out in front of everyone, I think I'm actually going to be here if possible. Like, just get behind the tree.
Sure.
You don't lose concentration. Yeah, that's smart.
I've done that before where I've rushed forward and immediately lost concentration. So I'm going to get up to the tree and wait till next turn to take my big movement.
Look at us. We're growing as fighters.
So, Keen von Haku would go next. Keen is going to regard all of you, and without much hesitation, he is definitely going... I'm just deciding a couple of things here.
What are you doing, you hot bit? Anyway.
He is going to He is going to step forward. He is going to use his action and bonus action, or is going to use his action to dash, and those move that the 60 feet, so that's 120. But he is also going to use a focus point to use Falter Fleeting to give himself an extra 25 feet on top of that. As he moves, he doesn't so much take off and fly as much as he sort of uses the speed to move along the ground and along the water relatively gracefully, seemingly using it to, in effect, leap up over obstacles, staying as close to the ground as he can manage. You gonna let me do it. Let me do it! Our token's not locked? Is that why?
No, they're not locked. They're not locked.
Ah!
That's how I move my guy right then. So
there we go! So he's doing 145. And he's moving straight forward. He will place him in the middle of that. As he moves forward, he takes out Jigoku Saga, spins it into his hand. It erupts as Jigoku Saga looks up towards the castle. You just hear, "Oh, finally!"
Oh my god.
Heckin'.
Wrench just has music to my ears.
Miriam, it is your turn. Fenris, you are on deck.
Thank you, on deck.
Dagachi.
Yes.
Step back. Let's go cause some chaos.
You're going on to a different map.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna dimension door us straight to our objective.
All right.
This is Monday. It's cutie cult time, not chaos crew time. My god.
I mean, Brayden and I are
Well,
here,
I mean-
so it's chaos cutie cult.
Two of the members of Cutie Cult are heading right into the objective.
Unrelated, because I noticed,
Thanks for
and this is
abandoning me.
kinda funny. There is a second Taguchi right over here by the 11.
It's
Yay.
true.
Hell yeah! He already did it!
It's Dark Taguchi.
Darkuchi.
Shadow.
He's gonna mimic all of your
Mysterious.
moves, but you're in a different level, so it just is confusing to
him.
anyone watching.
No, I love him.
I didn't realize he left us. He left us a present to save us, Dark Tagachi.
As you teleport,
We knew this was gonna be here.
Yep.
You guys are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
We're so
I
dead.
mean, you're going there right after.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, buddy.
you
We.
Yeah.
You and Osia, man.
We.
As you guys teleport up to the top, you teleport immediately past all the chaos, popping into existence, your feet landing in the not terribly deep pool that is there.
Pool, yeah.
As you land, you find you are behind the two figures, one of which you recognize to be Hirohito, the other to be Samurai, both looking out towards the front of the castle. Without turning, Hirohito's head just doesn't turn to fully regard you, but just turns ever so slightly. His eyes not even visible. So this is what you decided to do.
Oh, we figured waiting wouldn't bring you around. And the stars were going to do this anyways, so we didn't want them to die in vain.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. And now your efforts have taken the Zugaiken from us. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Mariam? You've used your action.
Give Haguchi a bardic inspiration.
Oh, thanks, dude.
And then dimension door away from target template.
All right.
That's the smartest thing.
I brought you Tagachi, bye.
You will find the young lord has absolutely no interest in acquiescing to your invite.
I'm not sure that's the case. I think that he might just not be allowed to go out and play. And that's my turn.
Fittingly. It is Nosia's turn before it is Fenris's.
At speed, fellow cleric.
So, Wrench.
Yes, good share.
As you briefly consider what fucking idiots they are for teleporting, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and there's just a... As you vanish... And as you and Nosia... What a bunch of fucking morons! Going after Hirohito! Right, Hirohito? Oh, fuck.
I'm on your side.
That's scary. That's actually terrifying. Don't do that.
So, Wrench...
When he gets teleported, he just goes, huh. So this is what it feels like to be a fucking idiot.
To those that are up there, to Mariam and Taguchi, you see Hirohito no Minamoto reaching over to the side, his hand grasping his sword and slowly drawing it out. Moving it up, the moonlight, which is coming in from behind, catches it and causes the reddish blade to gleam. And you notice that as it does, there is this not quite moldy texture on it, but it looks like it has been dampened perpetually as he raises this red sword up and draws it across and over Samurai, almost protectively. Wrench and Nosia, you two teleport in, splashing down when it happens, and when you collect yourself, Wrench, I love that you turned on your predator eye. Because as you look forward, as you are now within range, you can see that that chair is empty.
Oh, shit.
Oh, what a bitch.
The young lord is not present.
Fellas, the kid ain't here.
What?
That makes sense.
Of course
That is
not.
not the young lord.
There was no reason for him to take audience with you. He was never going to go.
According to
Never of his choice, or because you won't let him?
It'll be irrelevant soon. As he turns, draws the blade up, and he prepares to engage you. Even if you beat me, this will be fruitless. Oh, alright. Nosia. That'll be about it for her for the most part. Fenris!
Yes!
What up?
I'm here.
Fenris, you're not here. Be here.
Right?
I'd like to
got
be speedy
flashes in the
bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
How you gonna go speedy bitch?
How does
Yeah,
one
the
speedy
normal way.
bitch?
Fenris
I think
vibrates toward
Fenris,
the castle.
There you go.
I think Fenris passed pace.
Yeah, there you got someone.
Yeah. Just a question. If I have 2 actions, can I cast the banishment stuff within the scroll twice, or does that take an action like within a turn?
That would be. Does the haste spell give you the use a magic item? Well, if it says action, it takes an action, which I guess would be technically.
You get 2 actions with haste.
It's not that broad.
Okay.
The second action, the haste action, is very specific.
Okay, perfect.
You get
I mean,
you get
works
a
still.
dash, a disengage, and an attack. I believe.
Or use
I
an
would
object.
Haste action.
Use an object.
Ooh,
I'd say it would fall under use an object.
So with 30 feet, this is going to okay.
You have 60
How
feet.
far can I?
You're 60 feet.
Thank
You're
you.
flying.
Yes.
You're flying.
And if you cast haste, then it'll be 120 feet.
Oh my god.
You
I would
gross,
like-
let's go!
I'd like to fly to castle.
Yep.
I don't.
Alright, so you've cast haste on yourself then?
Yes.
Okay. In that case,
like to be in
are you
cast-
trying to fly directly to where they are in the manor?
No, I'm trying to find where the butterflies are. If I see a cluster of them, I'm going to start.
They are all
casting.
currently invisible.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cluster of them hanging out, gossiping. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah, we know where they hang out, but we can't see any of them.
You know they would be there?
do I have to
There.
see them to cast?
In
I
there.
don't think.
Depends on what you're casting.
The flash release.
What did text say it
What
do?
does it say?
That's a good question. Spiritual banishment. Okay. It's a bonus. Oh, so it's a bonus action either way. So I have to do it once a turn because it's not an extra bonus action. Basically, that I can see within 6 feet.
Yeah.
Nards. Okay.
Well, they're invisible. Not going to work.
Okay.
Worth a shot, though.
Just means they'll get
you know,
bonked a few
I'll
times
address
before
that on
they
a
appear.
later date.
Yeah.
So if I fly the 160 feet to the gate.
Logan just showed you where the towers are. If you go there, they'll eventually have to
Okay,
become
so just to
visible.
make this simple, what is your objective? Where would you like to end up right now? Are you trying to get up to the top of the manor where Hirohito and them are? Are you trying to specifically go
No.
for the butterflies?
Kind of specifically going for the butterflies. If
The closest tower is there.
okay, yeah. I'll fly as far as I can in that direction.
You have a haste action and you have your normal action, so between those two you have 240 feet. So,
Holy shit.
Right.
so you know what? I'll give you that extra
What?
10.
Okay.
If you wish to, you could just take off, soar towards one of the watchtowers, and you can just end up there.
Well, there's no pain
As you soar towards it, you land in this 40-foot elevated watchtower. I'm going to throw the correct thing down. Ba-boom.
Yes, I would like my feet on the ground.
Yes, you are currently
Please.
40 feet up. You cannot see them in there right now, but it is where Wrench pointed out that they are.
Okay. I will hold my remaining action because
You
it's the haste.
Do not have
I don't
one.
have any actions? Great.
No, because it
That's
would have
my
been you
turn
cast haste as an action, and then you moved, and then you dashed using the haste action to get there. Otherwise, you could only make it halfway there. And you also cannot hold the haste action.
I think because she has fly,
Fantastic.
her movement speed is 60.
Yes. Yeah.
So with
Yeah.
haste, it would be
Yes, that's accounted
120.
for.
Okay.
She just moved 240 feet.
Yeah, so she could do that with only hasting or only
But she had to cast
dashing
haste
one.
as well.
Casting
Yes,
haste was
that's
her
true.
action, and then she moves
Oh,
120
right.
feet, and then she haste
That's
action
what-
dashes.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Chef's
yeah, I forgot
kiss.
to account for that.
That is my turn.
And I also kind of gave her an extra 10 feet just to get her there.
It's true. Logan is
Aw.
being so
You-
nice
it would
to
make
me.
so little
Death
difference.
approaches.
Stop
Like-
saying that he's being nice to us. I don't
I said to murder us!
I said to me, he
Don't
was
you
being
ever
nice
say
to
that
me.
again.
Don't give him any high ground.
Want to end up like Anakin Skywalker?
He'll
God
kill
damn
me
it!
again. Don't give him any high ground.
What are you
Taguchi!
doing, Tag?
Get him to
Oh my
Gooch.
god.
Since it looks like he's gearing up to fight, I reach into my bag and I pull out the item that I traded the deck of cards from Wrench for.
Oh.
I pull out the potion of speed.
Oh,
Nice.
Let's go!
And I down that bitch.
Yeah! When he's downing it, I give him a wink with my good eye and just go like a yeah.
Aww.
They're so cute.
Thank you.
It's true.
I don't have an effect for that on my sheet.
For my wink.
So-
I can no. Fenris, could you do me a favor? Could you take haste? Could you throw the effects of haste onto Taguchi?
Would ever be so glad.
And then you can just delete the C or the from Fenris
there
part.
you are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 Where you
Yeah,
are?
yeah,
Where
yeah.
you at, Stinky? There you are. Uh-oh. Why is it not letting me do that? Oh,
What's
there it
funny?
goes. Okay. There you go.
Fuck.
Thank you.
Mean.
You're welcome.
No, I can just hear him.
Fuck him up, boy.
There you go.
Oh.
The power
Alright.
of Fenris compels you.
Oh, Jesus.
I feel myself just vibrate with this extra energy. I dash at him. Well, not literally, but I move toward him.
Where?
No, Taguchi, come closer.
I'll come
push
back.
him out. Push him out of the building.
I'm gonna make some attacks on him with Mist Render.
Get him.
See what happens.
Get him, Dad.
It
Not
does
Dad.
seem to react violently as you approach him. It seems to vibrate as if you were going after a table member.
Dirty.
All right.
What did I fucking say? Anyway.
I'm going to attack. That's a Nat 19.
Let's
Does he do anything in response or no?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Smitty.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Second level smart. Good. Okay. I started blasting.
You swing at him. As you strike, you deal a total of 38 points of damage as the radiant energy from the strike explodes back behind him. The fence, the railing here, detonates. The chair that the illusion of Samurai on is destroyed as the illusion vanishes. But he does seem to take it with his blade held up, his hand on the back of it, shielding himself from most of the attack. He does seem to have been hurt by it, though. He took 38 damage.
Gotcha.
You notice.
I'm gonna use.
You notice.
I noticed.
Do you want to know what you notice?
Yes.
Where is it?
I'd like to know what I noticed.
I'll tell you what you notice.
What you
What I
really
noticed.
I'm checking to make sure
We need to
it's...
stop.
Sorry, the damage works. The additional, heckin'... What is it? The Mist Render has an effect that has to do, like, it makes it, like, +1 or whatnot against it. Or is it just vulnerable? One sec, I'm checking Mist Render. I gotta make sure I'm telling you something correctly.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to... I don't want you to be misled by me.
That's fair.
Ian, my misleadery.
Normally, when you attack a member of the table, it gives you a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Hirohito seems to be treated as if he's vulnerable to the damage of Mist Render, but he is not. You are not getting that +1.
Gotcha. So it's still just like a +9 +9 to hit instead of a +10 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Technicalities.
Still having an extra effect on him. It is doing more damage. It's just not getting that +1.
Gotcha. Okay. I would like to use my advantage for my second attack from the Lion's Warcry.
Alrighty.
Alright. And...
Nice.
That's it.
Assume that hits.
Nice.
If that didn't hit, we were in trouble.
Yeah.
Come on, babe.
I'm going to do some damage with another smite.
Oh my god.
As
Why not?
Hirohito casts shield. And then somehow also Shield of Faith.
Oh,
I cast Shield of Shield.
oh.
Roll! Yes.
Ah, yes!
I have to kill you.
I wouldn't even fucking blink. I'd be like, of course you can do that. Of course you can do
that. Takes 28 points of damage.
All right. With my haste action, I'm going to disengage and run back to my friends.
run away.
And then I run away.
Oh, thank God.
I stand next to Miriam within divine allegiance fucking range.
As you step away, legendary action.
Fuck! Oh no.
As you step away and you rush back, back towards all of them, you see him bring up his blade and places it in one of his hands as if he is sheathing it at his side. Rather than approach you, he swipes it through the air, making a full arc with the blade to the side, and as he does, you hear the sound of blades cutting through the wind around you as you see these faint, reddish streaks begin, these lines, blade-like lines appearing in the air, surrounding all four of you. As it does, targeting you.
No,
As it does, you start...
Oh,
it's not an attack. It's a save.
It never is. It never is. He's still safety whistling.
As he does, you start to hear the sounds of horror.
I'm targeting all.
Don't worry
everybody.
about it. You start to hear the
All right.
sounds of horror and warfare echoing around you, as if these cuts in space around you are causing sound to bleed in from the past. You then feel thousands of cuts run across your skin, and I'm gonna have you all make intelligence saves.
Oh no, I'm not good at those. You guys have advantage, including Nocia, on a save if they want to use it.
No, she disappeared from my fucking screen.
They're there.
Huh?
They're right behind you.
They disappeared.
Is it until the end of our first turn, or is it's the first
Are
round?
you-
Right? 'Cause that came up
Yeah,
last
end of
time.
the first round.
Burn it, why
Are
not?
you looking at the map for the up top part, Alejandro?
I'm looking us where the pool is at.
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah,
It might
for
just
some
be
reason-
fantasy grounds glitching. It's fine.
Yeah, because I don't even see tag anymore. Or,
Oh,
not
no.
tag,
Oh,
I don't
no.
even see Hirohito.
Oh no,
Oh, strange.
Yeah.
very
Odd.
strange.
they're there.
I mean, I don't know what to...
They're invisible.
Do you see...
Oh, that's weird. When I clicked off them, I couldn't see them, but then when I clicked on wrench, I could. Now I can see them again. That was
Oh,
weird.
you are not
Maybe
looking
you're
through
using
player
some kind
vision
of-
or something.
yeah.
It's fine. We've resolved it.
Yeah.
I assume you've all done your thing.
Yeah.
If you're reacting to it, I assume you've done your thing.
How could
Does
I
Nocia
react to
use
it? My
hers?
whistle won't fucking work.
You can use advantage on this if you want.
Oh, well, too late.
Oh fuck.
Can I
Oh,
use
We all
the
use
talisman for saves?
Oh.
No,
Or
it's
is it
only
only
ability
checks?
checks.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
just had to make sure.
We all got 17.
That's fucking wild.
I've
wanna-
never done this.
Oh.
I am going to use the prophecy of sacrifice.
The who?
Oh.
And I'd like to use the bardic inspiration.
Nice.
Okay, go ahead. You roll the Bardic Inspiration first.
Bumps it up to 19.
Also, great job, everyone, getting 17s.
Yeah.
Damn right. That's crazy.
You
Crazy.
just succeed.
Oh, okay, cool. Whew.
Sweet. All right. So if 2 would be just to succeed, then I'm going to take 2d8 unreducible force damage, but I succeed.
Alrighty. Take you off of there.
I take 6 points of damage.
That's not too bad. Not too bad.
That's half the temp HP you gave me. It's not bad.
The other two of you, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Oh my god!
That's so nice! Oh my god!
Bro, it's turn 1. I didn't even want to be here.
Wait.
Damn.
Oh, it still did damage to me.
Yeah, I still took the full.
Give yourselves back. Oh, I did 69. Right. Give yourselves back.
Hey.
Yeah, let's laugh about it.
Was
Let's
it half
laugh
one
about
succeed?
how I just got mutilated.
Let me think about it.
Do I fall?
Yeah, that's how this works.
Okay.
Those who succeed take half, so regain, what is that? That's 36. Regain, no, sorry. Regain Miriam. Yeah, you should have taken, what about 35?
I was at max for 6 temp HP.
Yeah, so you should have taken 35, do the math. And Taguchi, you should have taken also 35, and you had some temporary hit points, so do the math. Do the math on your end, guys.
Do math.
Did you say, you said 37?
35. You should have taken 35.
Sorry. Okay.
Does that change the DC that Miriam did?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, that. Oh, you mean the DC for that? It would have
For
been.
concentration, yeah.
Let's see. What do you roll for your concentration deck? 19. You would have taken 36. Yes, it would have lowered it. You would have succeeded that. Fenris can still fly.
I'll reapply to them.
Sorry, I thought you meant the one that he matched with
No.
the Prophecy of Sacrifice. My bad.
I temporarily fall.
It wouldn't have mattered much because you're on a watchtower now, but it still gives you more speed. So
You all experience. You all experience the mental, a cumulative mental pain of past opponents that Hirohito has struck down.
It's a gnarly
Ow.
legendary action.
You also notice. Well, it took 3 of them. You also notice, as it does, that some of the wounds you just dealt him close.
Ah, bitch.
As all the blood that you lose seems to vanish, and his replenishes.
Stupid vampire.
He's not
Bitch.
a vampire.
Yeah, but he's a vampire.
Don't lie to me.
I know. Vampires and Dracula.
God.
With that. Gotta switch
fuck.
Sorry.
That
I said with that.
nasty.
I just realized, it's Akin Artorias' turn.
Yee.
Oh, shit.
That all happened as a legendary action. Artorias, they have fly on them, right?
Yee.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna follow Fenris's lead. Actually, no. Fenris has the spiritual banishment. They would assume that they would be fine. They.
Does it look like he healed all of the... Sorry to interrupt. Does it look like he healed all the damage that we
It's
dealt to him?
kind of a difficult thing to tell because he would still have like wounds and scrapes on him. He healed. That's
Okay.
all you can really tell.
Gotcha.
You do notice that after that attack as well, his sword appears to be dampened. It seems to be coated in what appears to be blood, but it seems like blood that's drying out rapidly, leaving only this thin, damp layer on the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
The moist blade.
I hate that.
They're going to go boom. They're just going to do their full 120. They're going to follow Keen. When they get to the water, they do legitimately run across it. You are aware they have mentioned previously that they can walk along water.
Hot.
Aviana!
Wow.
Woo! What? What, Carrie?
You know what?
Something I know. But they're all so hot.
It's true. They are. I can't blame you.
Alright, so I'm not wearing the boots anymore, so my speed should no, it's still 4. I'm a crazy person. Listen, you can bring out the spray bottle all you want, it's not gonna stop me.
Damn.
So I'm going to draw Vox Victoria and I'm going to flash Victorious. That's 100 feet. Doot. Is that 100? Yeah, it is. And then I'm going to
It's a big map.
action dash. So that would get me. How about that? I gotta zoom in because I got little wee peepers.
I get that.
Weepers.
Little wee
Little
peepers.
Reapers.
Had the job site. They call me Old Small Eye.
Oh, it's because I'm moving. All right, so that's just my normal movement, and then and a bit. So that's me, and I'm gonna be flip-flapping. I'm gonna be up about 10 feet, so I'm
Good old flip-flapper.
flip-flapping. I'm flying something caca.
And a bird joke is made.
There you go.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, like, I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do. So that is Avi, and she is doing her best to make her way to the castle.
Alrighty.
That's where she's at.
A butterfly's turn.
No.
Fenris.
This is going to sound very uncharacteristic for me, but fight me!
Oh.
A butterfly phases in, blade drawn, preparing to strike you. Their first attack is going to have advantage on account of the fact they're coming out of invisibility.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
They strike towards you. They miss.
Oh.
You quickly duck and dodge out of the way as they
crit.
strike down against you again,
No.
and they miss again.
Yeah, Hasted Fenris
Hell
is
yeah.
bonkers.
It's true.
Wrench,
Now give them
it
some
is
bonkers.
your turn.
Oh man, it's finally my turn. I wonder what I can do.
Get him.
You could get him.
You know what you want to do. Play the music.
Damn right
What you wanna do, my boy?
I think it's time.
I swear to God, if you take more of my fucking health,
Do it. Take his fucking health. Let's go.
if you
That's
take my
right,
health,
you fucking
Should I
whore.
should I keep the music going or?
No. I don't need it. Well, I mean, you can keep your music going. It's-
Okay.
Because he has his Go XLR.
No, turn it off. No,
today.
not that. No, turn that back on. Turn that back on. Ah!
All right,
You're such a dork.
I draw.
a one.
Oh,
A 1?
The first card.
It's cocked and
Is it-
wiggling, but she doesn't know what it wants
no!
to do.
Oh my God.
It was like doing this.
Sounds
What
like
is-
I just drew Monster Reborn.
what is one?
He just draws
As
exactly.
you
I
draw
don't know,
this
I don't know the
card,
idea.
and you
I
look
hope you draw it,
towards
Jody.
it, facing Hirohito, you attempt to draw a mighty beast or effect from the duelist deck. As you do, you turn the card towards you, and you see that it appears to be a small, fuzzy, ball-like creature
Yeah.
that appears.
Logic. By that logic, I shouldn't take damage at all next turn.
Once over the next minute. If you would take damage, you can use your reaction to have it intercept the attack instead.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my God.
The best card to pull here.
Murder this fucking thing.
And if you thought I was done,
I love Why would I ever think you're
points
done?
of my dragon surge to draw again.
Holy fuck.
I love
Bifo.
54?
You're using the Heckin class to be a Yu-Gi-Oh
So,
player. I know.
Wow.
creatures rise up from a graveyard. Target one creature within 60 feet. That creature is targeted as though by the effects of the Finger of Death spell.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Fail. Fail.
Come on, you
Do
bitch!
it. Fail.
Is it gonna be him?
Well, explain it to me one more time, so I don't fuck this up.
Oh,
Basically,
you
you
got
can
this.
target
Oh.
somebody with Finger of Death. I will share that with you. Here you go.
Okay.
Finger of
It's a
Death.
nasty spell.
You point at somebody. They make a con save. They take 78 plus 30 necrotic damage on a fail, half as much on a success. And if it's a humanoid and they die, they raise as a zombie under your control on the next turn.
Okay, wait.
It's nasty.
Fuck. Wait.
7d8.
I mean, I'm
Plus
gonna
30.
do it to him, but hold on.
Third.
Dude, fuck. No, that he's rolling, not me. Shit.
Mhm.
All right. Fuck. All right, hold on. Give me a moment. God.
Yeah.
Don't fuck this up for me, please.
Are you talking to God Logan or like God?
No, I meant God.
Yeah, I thought so.
I was over here like, what's Logan gonna do?
All right.
Yo, yeah.
If you go into the effects at the bottom, make him make the DC 15 con save.
Oh God, hold on. I have to pull up my sheet again. Shit.
Oh, you're so nervous. You got this.
You're
boy. It's gonna
okay.
be
You
okay.
got this, boy.
All right, all the way at the bottom.
Yeah.
One of these dice rolls with the saves.
Yeah, it's the one that says con.
Okay. Oh, the one that says con. Okay.
Come on, fail, you
Okay.
bitch. Come on.
And click on the con DC 15 or the dice.
The dice beside it.
Okay. Fail.
Oh my God! No way.
That is surprising.
That is really surprising.
I'm surprised.
You all made fun of my deck. Look at you.
Y'all!
Could you, Wrench, could you roll 7d8? Could you just grab a d8 from the bottom of the screen and roll 7 of them?
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Fine. Hold on. Okay. It's this one, right? Just to make sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Need 6 more of those. And you can roll them all at once. You can grab one, then right click, and it'll multiply it.
6 more.
Okay, so that's
Come on.
that's
There's a
six,
lot of ones
so
in there. That was upsetting.
that
That's
is
18
19 plus 30.
That's so fucking good.
So that is 49.
Woo!
Solid hit.
Solid hit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hot.
Mm-hmm.
Half of which
Oh.
Here we go.
is 25. Would be 24, but I'll give you 25.
What kind of damage was that?
Necrotic.
Thought so.
As you point at him, you see him
Goddamn
briefly
vampire.
cough up some blood, this black ichor-like blood. It does affect him. It doesn't come anywhere near killing him, obviously, considering, what's happened.
He has more than 25 health?
Right?
I still can't believe he has legendary actions. That's wild.
All right.
I still can't believe it's not butter.
Is that you, Wrench?
Yeah, that's me for now. I got my Karibo on hand.
You're in a
Trusted
good spot.
comrade. Man, all that's missing is Dark Magician.
Fuck you, man.
Logan.
Yeah.
Real quick. When it was doing the save against all of us on for his legendary action, was my aura affecting Nocia as well?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
Fair.
Alrighty. Heckin. His turn.
Oh,
Oh,
What if
no.
it wasn't?
can't have
He
turns.
doesn't
Just
get
skip past
What
turns.
if you
What?
didn't get a turn? That'd be cool.
Yeah.
On.
I would love that.
God.
Where are all of you in
Don't-
relation to the manor?
Don't tell him.
Don't tell him.
Noise, buddy.
Who's to say?
Just hold this off, it's like, here's my screen,
Oh my god.
Hirohito is going to
Towel.
rush forward.
Holy shit.
I mean, the concept of relative positioning is
Getting within
relative.
range of you guys. Yeah.
Fuck.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, he's gonna give that to you. He recharged it though. It is me.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh, we're
Tired
gonna.
of your shit.
We're gonna get melted. Oh my god.
I don't think I even have
He
that on
rushes
tape.
towards
Oh,
you.
no, I do! I do! Hell yeah.
Strikes
Sorry.
forward, and once again makes another of these attacks. Same as before. You hear the cries of some former war as lines are cut into the space around you. You're all about to make an intelligence save.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Okay. So question: if I fail this, I can then use my Karibo,
Yes.
or do I have to do this now?
If you fail it, you can choose to have it take the damage instead.
All right, bet. Man,
Sick.
that's gonna be the quickest Karibo.
Yeah.
You succeeded.
Yeah. Proud of you.
All right, Karibo.
Oh.
Goodbye, trusted comrade.
My new favorite.
Sorry, Tag. I ain't taking shit.
Fuck. At least I'm taking half. Fuck. Oh, fuck.
I'm pretty sure I would have died.
Honestly, probably.
I
Look
would have died.
I get back up at half my max HP. And my
You
max
do have a
HP is
cleric
reduced to
near
half.
you if that changes your decision here.
I don't think I get to pick.
Oh, does it just automatically happen?
Prophecy of Vengeance, let me see. When you are reduced to 0 hit points while attuned to it, you are instead set to an amount of hit points. Reduced your hit, like, I don't even go down. It just alters myself. Like, I didn't hit 0 just now.
Gotcha.
I instead became at half.
So let's go in. Adjustment. -40.
How about you just get the fuck out of there, buddy?
Oh my god.
How about you go? How about you do that? How about your honor when I asked of you?
You are struck with enough force that you are down from this. Miriam went.
I can't imagine even with it being reset, I would have succeeded my... Because it auto-failed me since I went unconscious.
It would have been a DC 34 save.
Yeah, I couldn't have made that.
Ooh.
Fenris!
Fenris, you can't fly
I
anymore.
fall 40 feet.
No, you don't. You're in a watchtower.
Oh, you're right.
You do, however,
land.
your footies do touch the ground.
No! I look off into the distance like an anime character and I go, Miriam.
Yes.
Only it's
Like
more
a
like
fucking weeb.
You do hear the cracking of wood and slashes and these horrific warlike screams coming from the top of the manor. You would be able to look over from where you are and see it. It's within your ability to see. Hirohito appears to be pushing back and doing quite a bit of damage to them. That Karibo is ceased. It is an X thing. But it did absorb 68 points of damage. So
fucking did.
I look over to where they are and some wind rustles my hair
Fenris!
and like some tears.
Roll me perception.
Miriam! Okay, I do.
Damn.
Miriam.
Yeah. Little 102
Yeah.
for you right there.
Nice!
I like hold my hand
and
to my
Quinn's gone.
chest.
Someone has to do the anime
Fenris!
noises.
Yes.
You briefly catch a shadow moving overhead. You notice something passes overhead, something large casts a shadow on the watchtower. Open
When
up
you
notice.
say large,
I mean,
large is like big?
like big.
Like dragon sized?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Yeah.
It's a big mouse.
A big mouse.
Lexi, you're still outside, right? Roll me perception as well, please.
It's true.
Nemric,
Let's let the dog dragon be here.
you're hiding in a tree and you can't see it.
Can I see her?
Lexi.
Sure.
Look at us tying.
You see a very large shadow moving quite high up. You see it is much higher up in the sky than you guys are, but it is rapidly descending. It's hard to discern its shape. Both of you see it. All three of you see it. Something is plummeting down towards the area rapidly.
Oh.
I hope it's friendly.
Me too.
And with
That can't be
that,
good. The stub snap.
Oh,
right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting
That's,
hurt.
Fuck. I'm gonna mute myself.
I love you. Ridiculous.
It is the turn of a crimson butterfly.
Oh.
This particular butterfly, they are going to fire from their watchtower inward towards you guys in the center. They're going to fire, given where this one is, they're going to fire at Miriam.
No.
Uh-oh.
Illegal.
They'll have advantage on the first one, but also, nope. Actually, they are within range, so they would still have advantage. Their longbow's not out, so. No? Why did it
It
have
probably has me as prone, because I, as far as the game is concerned, just died.
Miriam, don't do that.
Also, there's still a little Miriam icon next to me on my map.
If
so.
you
Ignore it, it's
cancel
fake.
the move, if you
What?
cancel the
It's fake.
movement,
It's
it'll
fake
get rid of it.
Miriam.
Okay, but maybe she's aiming for this fake Miriam, and real Miriam.
No, she knows.
Now, for my little purple heart's sake, do I maybe have cover because of the walls on the side of here?
Those are like railing.
Shitballs.
But they missed regardless. They're going to fire again.
All according to plan.
Do they come out of invisibility?
They did,
When
but they are also far enough away they'd be outside anyone's dark vision. They'd be, if you look on the main map, they're on the watchtower to the northeast.
Northeast. Okay.
They're going to fire at you again, Miriam. They nat 1.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Dumb fucking whores.
The low
Another
energy,
Crimson
like,
Butterfly is going to go on another
ditto.
watchtower. It is going to fire at Taguchi.
Oh, thank God.
It will have advantage on the first attack.
Oh my god.
Not very friendly.
Kind of fair. It's kind of fair.
Don't make me come over there.
And it hits.
Oh, of course it does.
It strikes, dealing 10 points of damage.
Okay, that ain't bad.
Ow.
It is going to fire again, not with advantage this time, though. And miss that one.
Hooray.
Says tag.
What?
Just fucking hooray. Says tag.
Between turns.
Yeah.
Legendary action.
No.
Aww.
Taguchi, Hirohito is
Yeah.
going to make a regular old attack on you.
I have a feeling like this is going to be much worse somehow
Yeah,
than
he's
what
fucking
he
lying.
just did to all of us.
29 to hit.
That doesn't take a reaction, so I will.
Say-
28?
28 to hit.
29 to hit. He rolled a 29.
Oh,
29.
fuck.
Never mind.
Yeah, that's a...
Fair.
No,
There's
you
nothing
say
anybody
that.
can do about that. Yep.
I tipped you off, I think. I didn't quite mean to, but I did. Remind me, Taguchi, I know I ask you this a lot. Do you have resistance to necrotic damage?
No, it's just poison.
Hmm.
I'm also immune to disease, if that's
Well,
related.
I'll tell you when that matters.
Yeah, fucking... I knew this was gonna be
Taguchi,
worse.
you take 33 points of damage.
Ow.
To split it up, 21 of it is slashing and 12 of it is necrotic.
Okay.
Lexi, it is now your turn.
Oh god. I'm so far away. Come
Someone
on,
help.
which way do I go? The plan was to follow Fenris.
I'm doing okay.
Then
You-
follow
I'm not.
Fen.
Yeah,
I-
I think I would follow Fenris.
Oh,
But if Fenris
okay.
is like looking to go a different way, but how would I know that?
How
I'm
would you
gonna
know?
go to
It's
Fenris.
true.
Yep, here I go, going to Fenris as much as I can. I'm flying. So I got my movement and action movement and bonus action movement. So I could go 180, right?
You're flying, so yes.
Yeah, sick. Okay. She's so far away on the map. I'm about to move so much.
It's a big map.
I can't see much of it. I'm going one.
Here, let me help.
Thank you. I'm
That's
seeing if I can make
210. So you, what we say, 180?
it. 180.
Yeah, to around
Yeah, I
there.
can get to like here, yeah.
Is that what you wish to do?
I mean, if I'm wishing for stuff, I'd like to be next to Fenris, but that's as far as I can go.
Okay, I guess I'll just put you over there then. I need my eggs, woman. Animal coming up in here trying to move around the map. I'm trying to eat my eggs.
Hell yeah, bitch. Let's go. Yeah, that's as far as I can go. That's all I got.
Oh, that animal coming up in here trying to move across the map. I'm just trying to move across the map and eat my eggs. Fucking love that.
Damn.
Oh.
So good.
That's you, Lexi.
Yeah, that's all I got. Use my action. to
The other
fucking
butterfly.
Move. Yeah.
Oh, I mixed two of them up. Well, then I'm going to use this one for this one. Another one appears, Fenris.
Uh-oh.
It appears and it strikes.
Okay.
It comes to attack you. It's
We'll
going to have
get you.
advantage on the first attack.
Oh, okay. You've already rolled it. Never
I
mind.
have, but you can choose to do something if you wish.
I'm going to Times Guardian to raise my AC a little bit more to be
2.
disgusting, because you have advantage.
By 2, right?
By 3. I
By
think.
3? What does that make your AC?
It's 19 plus 2 because of haste, so like 24.
It still hits.
Oh,
Dang it.
Okay. Oh, man.
Oh,
Fenris,
geez.
you are struck!
Alright. Ouch.
And you maintain concentration.
Yes, that's what I was scared about.
It then attacks again, and on account of having pack tactics, it will have advantage again.
You've been hit by a sword.
Double fuck.
And it hits again.
Ah, triple fuck.
Rebecca ordered stress food.
And
Come on, Fenris, come on,
concentration broken.
Oh.
Haste ends.
It's okay.
Oh,
I don't get
You don't get
stun
dizzy.
locked.
thank God.
I wonder what my next turn will be.
So, Flux. But before then, legendary action.
I
I'm so
disagree.
sorry, guys.
I move real fast. He is going to make an attack against Wrench. And this is an attack against Wrench. But
I whistle.
But you did use the Karibo.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? You know what? You want to use that whistle all the time. The Karibo's a one-time thing. Go ahead. Yes, you do. You use the whistle.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Mark it off.
I didn't know. Okay.
The coveted second reaction.
You can do it.
My God.
I believe in you.
There.
He's gonna
Take
attack.
that.
He's gonna.
All right.
No faith. That's
Here he
why it's
comes. What? He attacks. He rolled 2 19s.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
Fucking
God.
damn him to hell.
I need proof.
Uh,
I need you to
Does
get
that- there
the
you
shit
go.
out of that. That doesn't count.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it is.
Dropped what? I don't see that. I can't read.
drop second 19.
Wow.
Can't read. What's that say?
It's
What's that
It says he rolled 2 nat ones. He's lying to you.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
You know, should stance when your players start gaslighting themselves.
Yeah, right? He strikes Wrench, you feel. You
I'm
take.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not dead. You take 30 points of damage.
I am down.
Oh,
I am bleeding.
you.
Help, I've got all this blood on the floor.
Flux, roll me another perception check.
ooh, sure. Had been dead right there. Yeah. Right there.
Flux, don't fuck this up.
I'll
Swear to
try.
Fucking God, I swear to
Oh, I
fuck. You
fucked it
son
up.
of a bitch!
You still see that shadow.
say
You still
anything.
see that shadow diving down, but totally unrelated. You see the water beginning to sway and move irregularly with some disturbance within it that doesn't look like anything you've seen from the serene water here before, but given that roll, you can't really see much else.
Is the moon falling out of the sky?
Is it my rainbow comet?
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Oh my
Is
God.
Ian finally descending upon us?
It's Ian!
All right. I'm gonna just lean forward, hands on the ground like a sprinter, engage my overdrive, and cast haste and expeditious retreat on myself.
More like expeditious unretreat.
And...
Cause
Yeah.
Expeditious
right.
charge!
I think that should give me 180 feet of movement if I dash twice.
Alrighty,
Oh my God.
180. That's too far. That gives you to about there.
All right, I will do that.
Flux, roll me yet another perception check. Avi, roll the same one.
All right.
Okay. I don't have eyes, but we'll see how this goes.
Come on, Flux.
Holy shit.
Flux.
Ah!
Hell yeah!
I just gotta sing, and then I'll roll.
What's happening, you guys? I can't
should
see
try
anything.
that.
Flux.
What's going on?
Yeah.
This is gonna suck.
Oh no.
No, it's not gonna suck for you. It's about a lot's about to happen.
Oh.
This is the culmination of everything you did. Flux, as you come up over the edge, you see that there appears to be a figure that is not a Crimson Butterfly, is not Hirohito, is not anyone that you immediately recognize, who is standing on top of one of the buildings, holding what at first looks to be like a sack-like object, but you can quickly tell is a person. A very small person. Aviana, as you turn your attention towards this general direction, you see this individual's carrying a long spear, and just moments before you recognize who it is, you hear the voice, and so do you that are up in the tower. You hear the voice of Inuyari.
Oh my god.
Standing atop that building, yelling up towards the manor, holding up by the back of the collar what appears to be the young Lord Samurai Psycho. And you just hear a, "Hey! Hirohito! You lose something!"
Oh my god.
Those of you that are up there, you see him turn from his onslaught against the four of you, and you just hear another like, "Probably not a terribly good idea trying to send him by my past, but I guess you never really learned where I live, do you? Did you? You want to come out and get him?" Those of you that are up there, you see Hirohito turn, seemingly uninterested in you, towards the edge. You can tell, Aviana, from where you are, he appears to be unconscious.
Perfect.
I look up. Tag's just looking up, like, it's like, wow, he did it! And then I realize who it is, like, oh no.
Oh. Yeah, we're actually not with him.
Why don't you come out to play, big guy?
I don't know how to feel about this.
Inuyari, toss him here!
You're like 200 feet away! Okay,
come get him.
He reels back!
Oh my god!
Aviana.
This is so bad.
Roll me.
Don't make her roll.
Roll me. Roll me athletics. If you don't want it, Hirohito, if you're just gonna throw this away, I don't see any reason not to regift. And he hurls him through the air.
The lowest I can roll, because I have proficiency, is 15. The lowest I can roll is 15. So
It's still
we'll see how
the
this
current
goes.
turn. Can you give advantage on that?
It's true.
Oh my god.
DM Sama,
Yep.
I'm using my advantage on this.
Okay,
Hell
roll me
yeah.
athletics.
I am
As the
so
young Lord
lightheaded.
Samurai
Oh,
Sago
rock
is
hard.
sent hurling through the air with the strength of a dying yokai. As you see him, very evocative of Ichigo throwing Rukia off of the stand. It soars towards you, you fly back, and you manage to catch him. The sheer momentum of this causes you to pull back briefly as you almost fall down into the water, but you manage to catch yourself with your wings, pull yourself up into the air, and you find yourself holding the relatively uninjured but unconscious young Samurai Sago in your possession.
All right. Get the rest of them the fuck out of there.
Roger.
Plan run!
Yup.
Hey guys! I figured it was probably now or never. So, I talked to someone. You see Inuyari like crack his neck, turn, take his spear out of the roof which it was in, and he taps it. I thought that we might as well give it our best shot since this is probably the last good chance we're gonna get. You guys should probably get out of there, yeah?
That might be a good idea.
Yep.
You can leave him to me.
Oh. Let's fucking go.
Round 2!
Oh.
You see, by the way, those of you by the water, you see the water part as whatever that shadow was dips down and faster than you can see begins moving along the surface of the water, kicking it up. Those of you that are on top, I want you all to roll me perception.
I'm so good at these. Here I go.
Oh. Is there
You said persuasion, right?
Perception.
Right?
Perception.
You said persuasion.
Perception, you fuck.
Oh, dang.
Good cheat.
Right down with you, man.
For everyone listening,
I'm
that's a 2.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, that was
That
almost
wanted to be a
one.
one so
bad,
hard.
yep.
Nocia, how your eyes doing, you hot beach?
Mm-hmm.
You hate the beach.
This is for you guys, this particular one.
Dang.
You begin to see as whatever this figure is moves across the water, it seemingly dips up and away again, moving so quickly that you can't quite catch what it is. But you see behind, those of you that are up on the top, you see behind, to the north of the castle, there is this long stretch of land that seems to reach out towards like a waterfall shrine in the distance. You see the water that is on both sides of it, presumably deeper than that's around the castle, begins to bubble and stir. You see these flashes of red light under the water as if explosions, small eruptions are going off. And then you start to see massive tentacles begin rising up to the surface as the water seems to begin to part. And behind the castle, you see, breaking up from the surface and rising up to a point where it sits larger than the manor at least, but most of the castle grounds. You see, his token is not going to reflect this, but as if in response to Hirohito's anger, here you go. A massive, this is the first time you're seeing it properly. This massive coiling mess of tentacles wisping around that seems to have one long snake-like body ending in what could only sort of be described as this shark-like head with various eyes that break apart on its skin, various green eye-like indentations that run along its body that all seem to blink and look around, glowing with this disconcerting green sickly glow. You all see this breaking the surface of the water behind it, pulling itself.
Oh my god!
Hey! What the fuck?
You know I'm terrified of sharks, right?
I did.
Oh, shit.
Oh no!
Oh, sharks are so cool.
Yeah, this does not help.
Well,
that is nightmare.
I recommend getting away from it.
Are you okay, bro?
Wow.
I'm good. I'm just like, what the fuck am I
That shark
looking
have
at?
six-pack?
Yeah.
Oh my
That's a
god!
red shark.
As for the first
Yeah.
time,
Fucking
as
down
for the
here.
first time, you see relatively the full form of the Beast of Ezra that begins pulling itself towards the tower. I have a certain point in initiative where a thing is going to occur.
I'm scared.
We'll talk
Yeah,
more
we're,
when you get there.
You guys need to run.
Yeah, this is bad.
Nemric, what would you like to do?
Nemric, help.
Except
He just
I see everything ahead of me. I turn around. I'll get the cart ready.
Oh my god.
All right.
What's happening?
I'm flying away.
What's happening? I'm blind.
That's fair.
If
I
I
have no idea what's going on.
if I get near there, if I get hit, then people lose their flight. I'm just gonna be back here if we're leaving.
That's my goal, honestly. Yeah.
In that case, a turn goes by. Keen sees what's happening, sees Inuyari speaking, makes the decision that yes, he is going to. He briefly takes Jigoku Saga and seems to get into a combative stance with one hand like raised up as if sizing up the Beast of Ezra, which itself is towering above the manor at this point, as if he's preparing to charge it, and then he stops, lowers his hand, his stance becomes less rigid as he considers that maybe if he doesn't have to fight it, then maybe he won't.
Sure.
As a tactical retreat is effectively called, he is going to also head back to shore.
I'm so happy. I walked into a tree and then I went the other way. This is great. Me and Keen have the right idea.
Miriam, help. What's going on? I can't see anything apparently.
Don't worry about it. Continue not seeing.
All
with me.
right. Okay.
Dimension Door.
You grab him and you disappear. As you do, a blade sweeps across where both of you are, and just the force of the blade sweeping across that space causes all of the water in the pool to separate and splash out the two sides of it, as these tiny water droplets hang in the air briefly. Wrench and Nausea, you see Hirohito's vindictive gaze lock upon you as he turns the blade with pure anger in his eyes. as he's about to strike the two of you. Miriam, you teleport out back to roughly where you started. I'm just gonna move.
Did you not take me with you?
Nocia can
Nocia
take you.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
okay. As long as one of you took me, fuck.
Listen, the hot angels got
Well,
you.
it'll take you in a second.
Level 4.
Where are you? Where are you, Taguchi? I gotta get you out of there. Looking through the glass. I'm gonna get
Leave
you out
me.
of there.
I can take him.
I'm gonna get you out of there. You don't belong in there. All right.
Leave
Oh,
me.
God.
I can take
As I
him.
land, I turn. I'm like, "Hey, Banders, we need to go, and you can't fly. So, be quick."
Oh my god.
Yeah?
What's going on?
Fuck out of
I
there!
turn around. I see the thing cresting over the building. Oh. Oh no.
Run, sexy dad!
What?
Wow.
So,
That's
Miriam.
my turn.
All right. Nocia is going to do the same thing as the blade turns towards you, Wrench, and as it begins to come down on you, you feel a hand touch your shoulder, and you, as the blade's coming at you, all you see is it inches from your face. The environment suddenly change, and you and Nocia being at the front, just missing, causing the blade to just miss. It is almost your entire line of vision before you vanish and reappear.
Baseball bat you in the face with his sword.
You see the blade sweeps, and from the new point of vision that you see, the same slash that just missed the two of you causes the entire upper level of the manor, to the two stands that hold the canopy up. Both are destroyed, and part of the roof just blasts off from just the force of this single attack.
I need to get that strong. He's just a tag pointing at the building.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay.
Man, I hope that guy's part of the family so I can be as strong as that fucker.
Fenris, it is your turn.
Okay.
You got it.
You see, as you can see the Beast of Ezra at this point, moving through the castle in such a way that it is tearing down buildings, pushing through to the manor, relatively quickly.
Oh, can I Misty step to the top of this building?
You can.
This tower?
You can, yep, up on
Cool.
top of the canopy, certainly.
Man, I'll please roll another perception to find out what this big thing in the air could be.
You've seen it in essence before when you came to Honokuni. You saw the tentacles and its general shape. This is the Beast of Ezra. This is the thing that hunts people
I
in the
meant
mists.
the flying one. The one that was flying around before.
Oh, sure! That's
Yes.
fitting, actually. Roll me perception.
Hey.
Oh, let's
There we
go.
go.
So if you would indulge me, you catch the following exchange very clearly. As you look up towards it, you see this shadowy figure that is at this point circling the area, goes up and then swoops down roughly in front of where the manor is, roughly over where Inuyari is. You see Hirohito rush out towards the railing and look off the part that he destroyed, or that Tag's attacks destroyed earlier. He looks down towards Inuyari, towards all of you, and just yells out, "You can't run! Bring him back! There are worse things here than death!" As he does, he looks down towards Inuyari, who's like, "Hey, you'll get your chance to fight me, guy! But I'm not the only one who came." He points upwards as you see the wings of a sapphire dragon descending in front of him.
God.
The billowing cloak of Gelfus, who's standing triumphantly, almost upon its head, just on his neck, descending down to relative eye level with Hirohito. You just see him almost heroically standing, and then just shattering any illusion of heroism, just yelling out, "Hey, fuckface! How you doing?"
Nana!
God, I love
Been a
that
while
guy.
since I've been this far in. You know what?
What a rat bastard.
I'ma explode your castle. And he snaps his fingers, and as he does, you see the sky darken. As all of you continue to flee, the sky above darkens, and you see the atmosphere beginning to part as various large meteors begin hurtling down,
I love
crashing down into the castle grounds.
Shit.
I can't remember the last time I had a chance to do this. Never made it this far. You all should run! He just turns back as meteors crash into the manor itself. You see Hirohito buckle. Initiative is going to kind of break at this point.
Wait, it's still my turn technically.
Yes, it is. I was going to say,
Excuse
what would
me?
you like to do just in general?
You need to
I'd
leave.
I'd like to cup my hands over my mouth. I'd like to shout to Gelfis. Can I hitch a ride?
I'm staying.
Oh!
Oh no! Just cheese it, girl.
Just fly away.
Get the young lord back to the dragon. The Dai Yokai and I are going to hold him off here.
All right.
You see the manor
I'll cast-
collapsing, and you see a meteor heading towards you. By the way, I aimed one of those at the ones under you. You might want to, you might want to move!
Gelfis! I'm gonna cast haste on myself.
Gelfis!
I'm gonna start running really fast.
Jump!
You do.
She wanted.
You leap off the door. Land in the water as meteors strike the Beast of Ezra, pushing it back briefly as you see Inuyari's form begin to shift and turn into the massive wolf-like Dai-yokai form that it took, and leaps in towards the wreckage. You all start to hear the sounds of conflict as, I presume, you are all given a chance to flee with the young lord in hand.
Yup.
Uh-huh.
Avi is.
Fuck you, Tang.
No.
I'm fleeing as fast as I can back toward our oxen friends.
Yep. Avi is princess carrying this child and is flying as fast as she possibly can.
I think Flux just like disengages his boots, flips around, somehow stops midair, and goes the opposite way.
Okay, he Astro Boys away.
Yeah. Set the building on fire with my boots as I leave.
As you all hurtle away.
I'm turning around. I've done nothing and helped no one.
As you all flee, as you all get back to the ground and begin fleeing back down the path, the last thing that you catch is those of you who are close just barely manage to hear. You see Gelfis rolling up his sleeves as if he's about to have a punch out with Hirohito, and then he puts his hand up as more meteors begin to crash down on the site, reducing the castle and the manor, the surrounding area to wreckage. Waves begin splashing up. The Beast of Ezra seemingly unbothered by these meteors, but pushed back by them, begins to rush out towards him as he begins moving around, and you just hear, the last thing you hear from them is just, "And this time, Hirohito, I'm gonna make you say my real fucking name!"
Hot.
As you guys...
Yeah, that's pretty hot, yeah.
As you guys begin to flee and head down the path, you see that the battle with the Zugaiken between the Crimson Butterflies seems to have largely come to some kind of stalemate. Most of the trolls that were there and the yokai that were there, they appear to have mostly been destroyed. However, Crimson Butterflies that remain are still engaging the dwindling numbers of the Zugaiken. Rushing forward, you do see the wagon, prepared, ready to go. Whenever they see you approaching, you see, as you rush Enchig, heading back towards it, holding what appears to be a critically wounded Baroth in his arms, helping him to stand, moving him towards the wagon as he sees you guys. And as you rush forward...
Put him in!
Various Crimson Butterflies all prepare to fire at you at once. You hear bowstrings being pulled back as many that are in the trees preparing to fire at you take aim. Dozens of them. But you all manage to rush forward. You throw the young lord and yourselves up into the wagon, and where there should be arrows flying towards you, there's not. Lexi, as you all get in, and you can contradict me at any point here, as you all jump onto the wagon, the oxes are told to move and they begin rushing out of the distance. Lexi, you feel this faint, this faint, almost ethereal feeling like warm wind. Just a breeze passing along your skin, and your scarf is caught and flutters back. And turning back, you see the butterflies all seem to be lowering their weapons as a figure, as what looks to be the figure of an elven woman that you've seen only once before, that you had thought had died, that had passed on, stands, glaive in hand, at the entrance to the forest, coming out of invisibility, as is the trademark of these butterflies.
Okay.
As you see their former leader, the last of the Crimson Butterflies, who chose not to vanish and wanted to see things through, and chose this moment to try to appeal to the souls of her departed sisters, stands between you and them, and they seem to not be able to bring themselves to fire past her, as you and the wagon, Baroth, Semrai, and Chig, ride into the distance, the stars reduced to almost nothing. As you put the Akuma Kyofu in the castle behind you, you can still hear the destruction as the Beast of Ezra, still visible, despite you descending entirely down the mountain in the forest. You can still see it in the distance, thrashing. You see explosions. You see buildings being ripped from the ground and thrown and cast around as props in the battle between a Daiokai, this Goliath beast, Hirohito no Minamoto, and probably the most insane sorcerer you're ever going to meet. As what was the foundation of that castle is reduced to ashes and wreckage.
And we almost didn't come.
Yeah. We were just gonna vibe for a bit, yeah.
Imagine if they had to tell us all this shit happened when they came back.
We wouldn't have believed them.
Okay.
You think they would have got in?
That's true.
Fair.
Just showed up? Sure.
On the wagon, Baroth briefly coughs. You see him cough up blood. He seemed to be on the verge of unconsciousness, and he coughs. Pained. As Enchig seems to try to help remove his armor, but Baroth puts his hand up to him and stops him from doing so. You see several wounds grating through his armor as he tries to pull himself up and can't manage to, falls back down and remains staring up at the blank sky. We retreating?
Successfully. So, technically, no? I mean, mission accomplished.
Did you get him?
Yeah, he's here.
Avi's gonna take the the ribbons out of her hair and use them to bind Semrai's hands, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm real sorry for everything I put you through. I really am.
You did what you felt you needed to.
Yeah. I could have made better choices, though.
Yeah, we all make bad choices. Matters what you do about them after the fact.
Yeah. You got some plan for the kid once you get him where he's going?
Yeah.
You see him.
Should be okay.
Turns over to the side. Avi looks in your general direction, but you notice his eyes sort of just look past you as he kind of puts a hand up, grasping at nothing.
She'll reach her hand towards his and take it.
Hey. This new Lord Protector that you told me took my job. Could you tell me about him?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. His name is Valder Orman. He is very brave, kind. He protects Summergrass with everything that he has. He loves his family. Without realizing, or maybe He does. He protected me. Indirectly. He gives everything he has to the city, and then some. Nothing matters more than looking after the people around him. He is what many of us strive to be as protectors.
Sounds like a good man.
He really is.
I really fucked up.
Well, we can offer you a choice, because it looks like you might need it. You can, try and stick around a little longer, and maybe see if you can make it up to yourself, wherever you end up. Or you can try and find some peace elsewhere, and I think someone else here can help you with that.
Fenris will nod.
I think I'm too far gone for even one of you to help. And if this is how the Zugaiken goes, then I think that's appropriate. You know,
You deserve rest.
in another life, back when I was still optimistic, I always thought that if I did my job, and I protected people, then when I died, Haros would invite me to the Valley of Setting Dreams, and I would stand among his monumentals, and I'd mean something. But if this works, and you did this, and you can put an end to this whole thing, then I guess that's what I'll have to.
I don't pray for anybody, but I think I'll try and put in a good word for you. Hopefully they can listen.
When I return to Summergrass, I'll be sure to tell Valder all about you and what you did for us.
By the time you say that,
He's already gone.
a
Fenris.
pensive smile on his face as the light seems to have left his eyes. His grip on your hand relaxes.
Fenris will attempt to flash release his soul. And if he's willing, that should succeed.
You don't feel like he resists it. And as you all proceed, the unconscious young lord in hand, back towards the mountain with what little remains of your resistance, I believe that's where we're going to call it for tonight.
Oh. Avi would have liked to have closed his eyes, so then he's not just,
Yeah.
The entire time I'm just holding this greater healing potion. Awkwardly.
Nah, he was too far gone.
Yeah.
Lost the will to live. And that was today.
Damn.
Mhm.
Good game.
Oh.
Damn.
What time is it?
Late.
Late. Yeah.
Very late.
Like,
Late as fuck.
especially for you.
Cody,
It's
what
like
time is it in our time zone?
It would
It's
be
2:30
2.
almost.
Oh my god, Jesus.
I'm
Just
hungry.
imagining looking back at the carnage, just like looking back toward everybody else. If he's alive, he ain't happy.
Wow.
Oh, he's alive.
Very alive.
He's very alive.
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh boy.
Why'd you have to take Bear off? Couldn't you take
Successful
Nemric?
infiltration.
That's okay.
Honestly?
Oh,
We succeeded that infiltration so hard, I didn't even have to get
It's
over
alright.
the water.
It's
no, I
good
didn't do
that he's done.
anything.
After all,
Yo, same.
he is the worst.
Let's go, boy.
No, he was the. I knew he was the best the moment I saw his hair.
You're just
I love his hair. Great hair.
Great hair.
He's just the worst.
He was the hair of Lexion. We all
This
know it.
hag crying. Like, he was the worst.
He's the absolute worst.
Oh my god.
I feel.
Me too.
Same.
I feel.
Mhm.
You better feel after that. I feel.
I feel nothing.
Oh,
With all due
Elvis could've given
sincerity,
me a ride.
Mm-hmm.
last game will probably be the last one. I can't see why it wouldn't be the
Next
last time
game?
it could again.
Next
yeah, it
game?
feels like it.
I figured that'd be
Next
the
game
case.
will be the last of Honokuni.
Yes.
Or the last game ever.
Oh my
You've had
god.
a taste of fighting Hirohito, only briefly.
Fuck that.
I
I hated
can't
that.
fucking believe he's
No.
gonna
I'll
resist
tell
my
you-
fucking scroll. Fuck
I'm gonna
him.
tell you
Fuck
right
this
now.
bitch. I'm so angry.
Mm.
Yeah.
I am going. Next time I have a turn, I'm going to dragon search the shit out of everything I have.
Hell
and
yeah.
draw.
I still need to haste you so you get even more draws.
Oh, yes, bitch. Oh my god.
I
That
know.
before
You
we
need
end
to
this
give
campaign.
Alejandro the taste of
It's
haste.
I know.
Right at
he
the
said-
end.
The
Right at the
taste.
very end, so he knows.
We
Yeah.
don't happen to have a second chalice laying around, guys, right?
Man,
we
I
don't have room
really
for
draw
another
pot
hero's
of greed.
feast.
I
You
hope I
have the
draw pot
Shikon-
of greed.
the
Maybe
not
that'll be the
Shikon.
equivalent to it.
Logan,
We
Can't
do.
go through
Yes.
this without drawing pot of greed, man.
Maybe I can.
does
maybe I
Baroff
should
have
do
any
it.
great
Wow!
He just has a
Does he at
budget
least have
of
any luck to
man.
let you loot him? There's no
I
way.
beat him up.
I would
beat Nemric up.
kill you. It's like I'm holding a child, but I can make this work.
Fenris and Aviana start kicking Nemric violently. They gang up on him.
It's the
Right,
JoJo
look.
meme.
Bro,
Look, we
Wrench
started.
just-
I started this stealing weapons from him. I'll end this stealing weapons.
Wrench just looks at Nemric,
I didn't say that.
walks up to Nemric, and it's like, "Let me help you out, bud."
Yeah, we're going to get him.
Yeah,
I
just
was
let
like-
me. And just don't. It's jammed in there. Fuck.
Oh God!
Fucking
All
monster.
right, I got it.
Just in him.
Oh my god!
He's not gonna use it.
That is
Flux.
true.
Gotta recycle. Fuck.
Just
Yes.
remember, you've seen Meteor Swarm cast.
Oh my god, you're right, I have!
Also, I love what I love is
Oh,
this
no.
is exactly what Enching wanted. He's like, we should drop meteors on him, and I'm like, the prophecy.
The prophecy. Just a picture of just like his face with a small smile, slowly growing. It's like, yes.
I know.
I just want us to get to Diane. And literally, like in the final battle, it's just like she looks up, eyes go wide as meteors are falling. It's like I'm an informant.
So you know, there's a little pass where the Akuma Kyofu wraps over and around behind the other mountains.
Isn't that's the way that they took Wrench back too, right?
Yeah.
That is a quick path over to that general area that avoids Dead Man's Pass. He tried to send him out that way with an escort.
And a wolf was
And
like,
then
gimme.
wolf caught wind.
I'm
said,
so
"Is
glad
that
that they got to
so?"
fight.
Oh,
That's
Here
great.
we are.
Okay, so just fun fact about what could have happened is in my not wanting to die, here's what my plan would have been had this all happened a little later. I was going to go to the temple where the Beast of Ezra exploded out of it, assuming that Samurai might be there.
Imagine.
In some circumstances, in some endgame scenarios, he would have been back there.
Yeah. Just landed there, just boom. I'm like, Well, sorry, Abby.
What did I fucking say? Oh.
Can't believe he had more than 25 health for Finger of Death.
I know, that's fucking right. Come on,
It's
man.
wild.
Fucking throw him. You're 200 feet away. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, if you make me roll dex or I'm like, you said athletics, I'm like, good.
Yep.
Thank God I have reliable talent in this. I didn't choose acrobatics because I was like, well, that's already dex. We're gonna do the thing I'm gonna be shitty in.
Hell yeah, let's
That's
go.
decent, yeah, because then you can't really roll humongously bad on it.
Exactly. That was my fucking game plan.
All right, let's
Give me a ride.
Let's wrap it up.
Let's put this session to bed. YouTube friends,
Good night.
Lucia's Guide to
Night,
Kidz
night.
is out. Please go check it out.
Yay, sleep tight,
Next
don't let the
session
bed
will
bite.
likely be
Nice
our
game.
final Honokuni, and if it is, probably our last game for the year.
Oh, that upset Barry so
The
much.
berries didn't like that.
Yeah, Barry didn't like that at all.
Yeah, us berries hate that.
Don't lump me in with you guys.
Man, I fucking hated that.
Okay, all right, okay. Let's bring that down. Cool. Let's just pull the slider on that back. All right.
Okay, done.
We'll update people on what our plans are, but currently I'm sort of leaning towards, since people will be traveling and whatnot, December will probably be a period between major arcs for us to rest, kind of like we did last year. I'll probably still stream on those Saturdays, though, just for fun. Yeah, Lucia's Guide to Kidz is out. Please go check that out. Hardcover and softcover are coming for it as soon as we're able to make those live, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Same,
I'm
man.
gonna order some Wendy's.
Oh
or
yes,
something.
and game will be on Monday again next week.
Yeah.
At
But-
normal
earlier.
time.
But at
Right.
1:30 p.m. PST.
Are we doing
That's
DMS
4 p.m.
tomorrow
EST.
as well?
Yes, we're doing DMS tomorrow.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Sweet.
Regular time?
It should be.
Okay.
Tomorrow? What?
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
tomorrow?
It's Tuesday.
On
Yes.
Tuesday?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
running it
Oh.
because we missed last week, so we're running it on Tuesday to make up for that game.
Yeah.
To make sure
Hey,
that
don't
we're
look
not
at me.
missing.
I-
It's like you
I
get the
don't
night
know.
off, Izzy. Let's fucking go.
Yep, you do.
I'm gonna
Gotcha.
shoot in.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
That said,
Yeah.
with that, we'll see you guys next time.
Come on.
Awesome.
Beautiful boys and
Bye.
live. Woo!